Make France Great Again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Eastern Strategic Layout. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. It is part of Jerome Bonaparte's future plan to promote cooperation between state-owned enterprises and private enterprises to achieve coordination. Only in this way can the whole country be able to plan more calmly. It's just that the self-investment of the state-owned factory in Saint-Étienne allowed Jerome Bonaparte to take advantage of the situation to introduce some of the plans ahead of schedule. The purpose of Jerome Bonaparte, when he founded the Paris Industry Group, was not to make money. The direction of big money in France in this era, the fastest way to make big money is to join the Paris Stock Exchange. Only a fool Emile Perel is one, Adolphe Schneider is one, will join the industry, and he will use the North Industries Group as a crowbar to guide the transformation of the entire military industry. The director of the state-owned factory in Saint-Étienne, in consideration of the future development of the factory, also agreed with Jerome Bonaparte. If state-run factories lose orders from the War Department, the only way to go is to go bankrupt. Don't think that a state-owned arsenal will not go bankrupt with a national character on its head. In 1848, a large number of state factories and state-owned factories in France were still bankrupt. Not to mention them, even the semi-official Banque de France was on the verge of falling into bankruptcy. The factory manager who has experienced the economic crisis 2 years ago will not believe the lie that the state-owned arsenal will not go bankrupt. The gentleman's agreement was signed between the State Armory of Saint-Étienne and the Industry Group of Paris in the presence of President Jerome Bonaparte. Narinco Paris transferred part of the War Department's orders to the Saint-Étienne arsenal, and then the Saint-Étienne state factory sold 5% of the shares as a consideration company run by it. Since the Saint-Étienne company itself does not have much startup capital, the shares of each capital in Saint-Étienne need to be mortgaged again by 30%, and 35% of the shares have been mortgaged at the Saint-Étienne State Armory. By the way, considering that the Saint-Étienne arsenal has a different system from that of the Paris Nord Group, I suggest that you come and do some learning. Of course, we can also help you, Basilio said to the factory manager. Although North Industries Group, which has semi-streamlined and specialized processes, is not technically a match for the masters of the Saint-Étienne State Armory, it is far superior to the State Armory in terms of speed. No need. I believe in the speed of our factory, the factory manager proudly said to Basilio. For the Saint-Étienne State Armory, he has enough confidence. I believe more in scientific management. Basilio retorted without hesitation. Sir, if we can't reach a consensus on this aspect, I'm afraid our next cooperation will be difficult to carry out. The factory manager turned his attention to Jerome Bonaparte again. This time, Jerome Bonaparte did not choose to help the factory manager. He also suggested that the factory manager can go to the field for inspection. The factory manager had no choice but to agree to Basilio's suggestion to go to Paris to meet the Narinco Group. Okay, gentlemen, your differences are over, Jerome Bonaparte said to the factory manager and Basilio with a smile. Can you accompany me to dinner? It's an honor, the factory manager and Basilio responded. Under the leadership of Walewski, Jerome Bonaparte and the two came to the small restaurant on the ground floor of the Élysée Palace. After the three of them had a delicious meal, Basilio and the factory manager left together. Looking at the back of Basilio and the factory director, Jerome Bonaparte said, I think it is necessary to strengthen the exchanges between state-owned enterprises and private enterprises, so that they can jointly serve France. What do you think? How, Your Excellency, should we communicate in various ways? Walewski asked. Will the government be fully led, or will it be run by the private sector? If it is dominated entirely by the government, it will inevitably lead to resistance in the French political circles. If it is run by the private sector, it will deviate from our line. So I plan to establish a semi-autonomous agency. The Ministry of War will take the lead and involve a semi-official agency. Members of the Ministry of War can send officials into the system to coordinate Jerome Bonaparte gave a compromise option. French factory owners hoped both for the protection of the state and for the state to let them go uninterrupted. Such semi-official institutions can fully satisfy the wishes of factory owners. In the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte worked with all members of the Secretariat and some monstrous, from Jerome Bonaparte's point of view, mathematicians in the French Academy of Mathematics, to formulate the concept of the Military-Industrial Commission as well as the French proposal for the standardization of the military industry. When the Military Industry Committee and the standardized management process were issued to the War Department, they were unanimously approved by the War Department headed by Minister Renaud. The Ministry of War invited the Paris Narinco Group, the Saint-Étienne State Armory, the Châtellerault State Armory, and the Thurah Armory to join. During this period, the owners of the French arsenal were not willing to be limited by people, and most of them were unwilling to join it. After a few years, these military enterprise factory owners began to regret not joining, and they began to join in desperately. However, at that time they will need to pay a certain amount of membership fees on a regular basis. As the leading Basilio, he took the responsibility of the vice chairman of the Military Industry Committee. An organization similar to the military-industrial complex is being created in the hands of Jerome Bonaparte. After resolving the series of incidents caused by the New Order problem, the joint report of the Quartermaster Bureau and the Logistics Bureau of the War Department was placed in the hands of Jerome Bonaparte. The report is about the data content of the military's manufacturing and storage of rifles, as expected of an army country. Looking at the data, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but sneer. According to the report, there are more than 1 million MLE 1842 muskets in the entire French army, and the number of rifles is more than twice that of the entire army. Handling more than 500,000 sticks in stock is no easy task. Jerome Bonaparte first ruled out the plan to sell weapons to Europe. The MLE 1842 musket is not a cash weapon. Even so, Nicolas I has alternative products. They don't need to buy Jerome. The second-hand defective products in Bonaparte's hands are also not within the scope of Jerome Bonaparte's large-scale consideration. At present, India is not in need of these rifles. 500,000 rifles are not the country can digest. Success. A country without war can also not digest such a large inventory. Mexico and the Republic of Desva naturally also appear in the ranks of Jerome Bonaparte excluded. So in front of Jerome Bonaparte, only the Ottoman Empire, Haiti and Kingo were left, and all three countries were about to launch a large-scale turmoil. In particular, the war in Danfang Kingo lasted from 1851 to 1864. Nearly 13 years of war made the blood of this decaying empire almost dry. However, it is disappointing that, even though the blood was dry, they also did not fight a new battle. The world comes out. If Jerome Bonaparte remembers correctly, Hong Xiuquan would revolt on January 11, 1851, and nearly 500,000 munitions would be put into the battlefield in batches, which would surely bring a big turn for the Eastern Empire. Although Jerome Bonaparte didn't really like these magic sticks, he had to admit that, after slaying a certain unfortunate second son of God, this core team can be said to be quite attractive. Especially Zhuang Shidake, who was praised by a great man. To sum up, they are much stronger than some masters of baptism, practitioners of Malthusian theory, and Confucian Wahhabi sage Zhenghua. At least they didn't say, in the past 30 or 40 years, people who should not be killed have filled the valley, so today's robbers are brewing. Jerome Bonaparte used to insult this disgusting great master of Confucianism in his previous life. Now let him support the great master of Confucianism and his believers. Jerome Bonaparte might as well consider directly dispatching the French army to intervene. There is no doubt that the addition of 500,000 MLE 1842 will collapse further the fragile system of Kingo, not to mention those who hate Kingo like Jerome Bonaparte. The Kingo will inevitably be shattered in this war. If the second son of God and the father of God do not show extraordinary abilities, then the whole land of China will inevitably have a situation at the end of the Yuan dynasty. The Han warlords from all over the world attack and kill each other. Only by raising the guinea pigs like this can the deep-rooted landlord class be broken. A businessman who understands modern military and science will stand out in the fight. Even a person like God's father is better than the original. Some ruling classes are stronger. Riyadh 1.com. At that time, Jerome Bonaparte's dear brother Tsar Alexander II will have to consider his own ass. How can they dare to go to war with France when they take care of one thing and lose the other? As for the follow-up series of tragedies similar to the Sino-Japanese War, it will not happen again. As soon as he said it, Jerome Bonaparte put down the report and called Marcel Yeroja, "Your Majesty." Marcel Yeroja's image has become more sinister since he became the acting director of the National Intelligence Service, like a poisonous snake that is ready to bite you at any time. "What do you think of King Guo?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Marcel Yeroja directly. Marcel Yeroja showed a hint of surprise. He didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. "Your Majesty, I don't know that country very well." "Then, from now on you have to keep your interest." Jerome Bonaparte knocked on the gun list of the Ministry of War. "I will give you a few days. You must make sure you understand this country. Remember, hurry up." "Yes." Marcel Yeroja responded decisively. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 227 Oriental Strategic Layout, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends. Questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 227, National Intelligence Service in Action. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. After President Jerome Bonaparte's order was issued, Marcel Yeroja did not dare to take any slack. He hurriedly returned to the National Intelligence Service and hurriedly called the chiefs under him for a meeting. "Your Excellency, the President asked us to know the East as much as possible. Who among you knows about it?" Marcel Yeroja asked the chiefs of his subordinates in a cold voice with a stern face. These chiefs looked at each other and couldn't speak. How did they know about these former police officers who were transferred from the police department by Marcel Yeroja? Not to mention the East, even with the German and Italian regions adjacent to them, they only began to understand it under the order of the director. "Director, are you talking about the Ottoman Empire in the East?" one of the chiefs asked Marcel Yeroja cautiously. Marcel Yeroja casually scolded, "Idiot. If it was the Ottoman Empire, would I still need you?" The director, who was hit by Marcel Yeroja, showed an embarrassed expression, and the whole party fell into an awkward atmosphere again. With the lessons learned from the previous director, the other director acted more cautiously. "Director, I think it is useless for you to ask us about this kind of thing. Most of the people present did not go abroad. So what? Are you ready to quit?" Marcel Yeroja's voice became even colder. "No, it's not." The director hurriedly told Marcel Yeroja of his own method. "I think this matter depends on the help of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the department that knows the most about them." Marcel Yeroja suddenly realized that instead of asking these guys, he might as well go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs himself to ask about the situation. The president does not always say that he needs to contact the foreign ministry, and that foreign affairs cannot be separated from the cover of the foreign ministry. Now is not the opportunity to contact the foreign ministry. There is a saying, as soon as Lion Wei thinks about it, the sky widens in an instant. The open-minded Marcel Yeroja quickly ended the meeting and then went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs alone. Marcel Yeroja, who entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was led by the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the door of the minister's office. The Secretary of State knocked on the door of the minister's office lightly. "Come in." Dear Lewis's voice came from the minister's office. "Director Marcel, I'll send you here." The Secretary of State said goodbye to Marcel Yeroja in a low voice. Marcel Yeroja took a deep breath and entered the office of Minister de Roos. At this time, de Lewis was sitting on the sofa looking through the diplomatic information from the German region. The battle between Prussia and Austria affected the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that de Lewis had to spend a lot of time every day organize and file with some information, so that when the president asks, he can respond calmly. As the door opened with a click, de Lewis saw Marcel Yeroja entering the room, and he showed a look of surprise and a hint of fear. As one of the ministers in the cabinet, D. Lewis still heard rumors that the president had formed a secret police, and the leader of the secret police was Marcel Yalja, so D. Lewis was a little scared about the arrival of Marcel Yalja. Director: Marcel, please take a seat. D. Lewis smiled and waved his hand, motioning for Marcel Yalja to come over and sit down. Minister: D. Lewis. Marcel Yalja showed a smile on his tense face as he sat beside D. Lewis. D. Lewis put down the newspaper in his hand and made a tentative mocking sentence. Mr. Director came to me not to arrest me. Of course not. Of course. Marcel Yalja understood D. Lewis's temptation. He said decisively to D. Lewis, Your Excellency Minister, I hope to be able to check your ministry's information on King Guo. King Guo? What do you want this for? D. Lewis was stunned for a few seconds, then asked subconsciously. Marcel Yalja smiled and did not answer D. Lewis's question. I'm really sorry. Realizing his mistake, D. Lewis hurriedly said that he didn't intend to spy on anything. It's nothing. Your Excellency Minister, you should understand without me telling you. Marcel Yalja revealed to D. Lewis a little bit of news that was not news. D. Lewis also understood what Marcel Yalja meant. He hurriedly called his private secretary and asked the private secretary to find King Guo's dossier. The private secretary quickly went to the archives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to take a copy of the materials related to King Guo to the minister's office. Looking at the documents that were nearly half a meter high, Marcel Yalja nodded with satisfaction. D. Lewis assisted Marcel Yalja again. If these are not enough, I suggest you go to the French Academy. There are some people who know about King Guo. Yeah, I see. Marcel Yalja pointed to all the information and said to D. Lewis, I'll take it all back, no problem. Of course. D. Lewis responded immediately, these are just copies. However, after using these materials, remember to deal with them in a unified manner. Marcel Yalja put all the materials on the carriage and then transported himself back. Standing in the minister's office looking down on the carriage, D. Lewis silently put the collection of information on the Far East in his heart. Now it seems that the next target of the president may be the Far East. Returning to the National Intelligence Institute with the information, Marcel Yalja forgot to eat and sleep and read all the information day and night, including the missionaries' materials and the contents of the Huangpu Treaty. He finally got a rough idea of King Guo in half the time of Jerome Bonaparte's appointment, and then he followed de Roux's suggestion and found the academicians of the physiocratic faction of the French Academy to get some feedback from them. Green fruit evaluation. The work was finally completed within the period agreed by Jerome Bonaparte. When Alexander Walewski found Marcel Yalja, the confident Marcel Yalja followed Walewski to the Élysée Palace. Now tell me what you think about that country. Jerome Bonaparte, sitting opposite Marcel Yalja, clasped his hands on the desk, leaning forward slightly in a relaxed posture. According to the correspondence of the Foreign Office and the missionaries, I found that the country that was once a country of great force is now crumbling, with a deeply entrenched land system and junkers who bound the land. Small landlords, as understood by Marcel Yalja, junkers, made it very difficult for that country to undergo an earth-shaking change. Their officials were so corrupt that they could not collect even the most basic agricultural taxes. The weak finances made their army decay. Not to mention, in that war a few years ago, they lost to the British tax revenue, and the army without deterrence could easily lead to a large-scale uprising. Marcel Yalja cautiously told Jerome Powell. Nabas explained his understanding. Well said. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and applauded Marcel Yalja. So do you think we can gain benefits in this country? Marcel Yalja showed a shocked expression. He did not understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. Could it be that the president is going to start a war against King Guo? The land system can't satisfy the transportation of our industrial products. Marcel Yalja obviously worked hard. The self-sufficiency of the small-scale peasant economy is indeed unable to satisfy France's export of interests. Not to mention France, even Britain next door can only rely on the opium trade to make profits. Jerome Bonaparte once saw a document in a previous life that before 1860, the price of fabrics produced by British textile machines exceeded the price of native cloth in the south of the Yangtze River, so that foreign cloth in Britain was losing ground in front of native cloth. almost being reversed output. France's commercial interests in the East were far smaller than those of Britain, and its share of exports was even smaller. There is no space, we can create space. Jerome Bonaparte said to Marcel Yeroja, as you said, green fruit is like cooking oil on fire. Just a little spark, the whole oil pan, it will explode in an instant. Their army will not be able to effectively suppress the free people below, and the whole country will fall into large-scale turmoil when the free people revolt. During this period, we can support the ambitions with weapons. Although the profits are far less opium, but enough to make a way for our finances. Marcel Riyadh1.com. You see what I mean? You are going to let me open up a market. Marcel Yeroja understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. That's right. Jerome Bonaparte nodded. In future generations, CIA can sell arms around the world all day long, and the National Intelligence Service can't be left behind. At present, the weapons that France needs to shoot are about 500,000 rifles, so must choose a market fast enough to consume 500,000 rifles. Nothing is more suitable than green fruit. Your Majesty, under what name will we go? Marcel Yeroja asked Jerome Bonaparte. Missionaries. In that country, missionaries can travel through their subordinate provinces unimpeded. Remember, your arms can be sold to anyone, regardless of whether they are officials or rebels. For some reason, Jerome Bonaparte, there is an uncontrollable anger in Bay's heart, so that his words can't help but be a little fierce. I get it. Marcel Yeroja didn't understand why Jerome Bonaparte was suddenly angry, and he hurriedly responded, okay. Go get ready. Jerome Bonaparte ordered again. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorite below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 228. The National Intelligence Service is in action, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 228, Party of Order Counterattack. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Leaving the Élysée Palace, Marcel Yeroja personally selects, trains and deploys suitable personnel, and plans to use half a year to cultivate a pseudo-missionary who is proficient in Orientalism. He and his team will go to Congo for French business struggle for interests. As for Jerome Bonaparte, after explaining the task, he entered the sage mode again. In addition to the necessary social activities and departmental meetings, the rest of the day is to go to the Boulogne forest for hunting and picnics. There was no sign of anxiety about the end of his tenure from his face, and he looked leisurely. During this period, the infamous law of Falah was introduced to the Legislative Assembly by the Minister of Education and the Minister of Religion, Perriot, appointed by Jerome Bonaparte. Although this law is nearly half a year later than in history, it is still not absent. The law requires the establishment of a committee for public education, which consists of the following. The chairman is the Minister of Education and Religion, 4 archbishops or bishops of the Catholic Church, 1 priest of the Protestant Church, 1 member of the Church of the Apostle Augsburg pastor, 1 member of the Central Judaism Council, 3 members of the Senate, 3 members of the Supreme Court, 3 members of the Academy, 8 appointed by the President of the Republic, 3 representatives engaged in free education. The law recognizes that there are 2 types of schools, both primary and secondary. Public schools, established and maintained by municipalities, provinces, or nations. Free schools, established and maintained by private individuals or associations. All French people, who are over 25 years old, can set up a middle school. The necessary conditions are a teaching certificate of more than 5 years, a certificate of passing the high school graduation examination, and a certificate of qualification for middle school teachers. Existing church high schools can continue to exist as long as they obey the supervision of the state. No new church high schools can be established without government approval. The public institutions of secondary education are public secondary schools and municipal secondary schools. The Law states, children whose families cannot afford to pay receive free primary education. All French people who have reached the age of 21 and have a certificate of qualification can hold primary education everywhere. The qualification certificate can be a teaching certificate, a certificate of passing the baccalaureate examination, or a priestly title recognized by the church. Town primary school teachers should be appointed by the town council. The freedom of education in the republic was broken, and education was restricted by law and monitored by the state. Although the overwhelming majority of the Republicans in the parliament are rationally trying to block the implementation, in the parliament, where the party of order has a majority, such voices can only be banged by a large majority of negative votes. The National and the Peoples on the other side of the ocean called the fallow for a gift from the president to the church. Dr. Karl Marx, the resident writer of People's Daily, pointed out that Jerome Bonaparte, although dressed in the so-called socialism, still has the tradition of paternalism in his bones. The citizens of Paris, who are accustomed to the introduction of one bill after another, still maintain an indifferent attitude towards the establishment of the fallow law. In their opinion, as long as their fundamental interests are not involved, they will not resist. As for what is the fundamental interest, it is the price of Paris and the value of rent in Paris, and the issue of unemployment. These three items are precisely the focus of Jerome Bonaparte's prevention. The police department, which cleared a group of insects, obeyed the orders of Jerome Bonaparte even more. Under the management of the relatively clean administrative police, the price of goods has been kept within a certain range of fluctuations, making the whole of Paris stable and improving to develop. Such a comfortable time only lasted for more than half a month before it was announced, and the atmosphere in Paris became tense again. In late June, the weather in Paris gradually increased, and the sound of insects can often be heard from the dark alleys in the night lanes of the suburbs of Paris. It was on such a hot day that the Legislative Assembly suddenly announced something that made the LSA faction even more restless. Through the decision of the Legislative Assembly, a faster organization has been proposed on the basis of the original Legislative Assembly, just like the Constituent Committee in the original Constituent Assembly. The news was once again unanimously agreed by members of the Party of Order, including members of the LSA faction, and the CCP would be established as a standing committee of parliament. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The LSA faction, who had helped the Orleans faction and the Orthodox faction to build the Confederation, suddenly found that none of the members of the Confederation in Thiers was a member of the LSA faction. At the same time, Thiers expressed regret to the members of the LSA faction. These lists were agreed by consensus within the Party of Order. Only then did the LSA deputies realize that they had been excluded from the Party of Order. The old Prince Jerome found Odilon Barrot and wanted to ask the reason. Barrot said hesitantly, "This is the unanimous decision of the Orleans faction and the Orthodox faction, and they have nothing to do." This time, the LSA faction panicked, and they found Jerome Bonaparte of the LSA palace. Jerome Bonaparte, who had already anticipated all this, was not at all flustered. He had already expected Thiers to hold back his bad moves. As one of the outstanding politicians of this era, Thiers is not like a person who can't be captured. He will definitely use his excellence to attack the shortcomings of the LSEs. Thiers, however, did not expect that Jerome Bonaparte was not prepared to fight them in parliament from the beginning. Fighting in the field that the enemy is good at is courting death. In order to find a pretext to reprimand this group of incompetent members, Jerome Bonaparte let everything happen. A drawing room in the LSA palace. The Bonaparte deputies gathered together to sit at the long dining table and silently watched Jerome Bonaparte, the leader of the LSE palace, and no one spoke. "It's screwed up. It's screwed up." Jerome Bonaparte reprimanded the crowd first. "Aren't you all very capable in normal times? Why are you being put together now?" Nearly 100 parliamentarians were directly kicked out. "You are not ashamed. I'm also ashamed." Jerome Bonaparte's rebuke made some deputies who thought the standing committee was in their favor bow their heads. Everyone present did not expect that Thiers would play the trick of killing the donkey. Next, Jerome Bonaparte scolded the members present for a while. Old Prince Jerome, the imperial marshal holding a wooden walking stick, saw that the heat was almost over and hurriedly made a red face to let Jerome Bonaparte tell the solution. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Prince Montfort also gave Jerome Bonaparte enough face in public. What else can we do? We can only take one step at a time. Of course Jerome Bonaparte knew the solution, but he couldn't tell them the solution right now. Who knows if there are undercover agents in this group of congressmen. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte softened his attitude and said, I hope you will have a little brains in the future, and don't always cause trouble like this. The deputies present could only listen to Jerome Bonaparte's reprimand and say be careful next time. After the meeting, Jerome Bonaparte left the Minister of the Interior Ferdinand Barrot and the Attorney General Baroche behind. Your Excellency, I really don't know those things. Interior Minister Fernand Barrot explained to Jerome Bonaparte. Now he has been putted by his brother Odilon Barrot, and he no longer expects to continue serving as Minister of the Interior. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and comforted Fernand Barrot. Mr. Fernand, I believe in you. You are the one who joined us from the very beginning. If we don't even trust you, then who else can we trust? The Minister of the Interior, Fernand Barrot, was relieved to hear Jerome Bonaparte's reply. He asked Jerome Bonaparte to dismiss his position as Minister of the Interior. To be honest, I don't want to dismiss you as Minister of the Interior. Jerome Bonaparte showed a regretful expression. However, you also know the current situation of this party, and letting you serve as Minister of the Interior is not to save you, but to save you. It hurt you. I understand. Fernand Barrot nodded quickly, and please tell your brother, Mr. Barrot, I welcome him at any time. In the principle of uniting the majority, Jerome Bonaparte still invited Odilon Barrot. I will tell him the truth. I'm sincerely sorry for the trouble he caused you. Fernand Barrot said to Jerome Bonaparte sincerely. It's nothing. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head. That's right, Monsieur Fernand. You seem to be a lawyer, don't you? That's right. Fernand Barrot responded. Then, are you interested in going to the Supreme Court to serve as the Attorney General? Jerome Bonaparte asked tentatively. You reading www. Can't you come Attorney General? Fernand Barrot subconsciously glanced at Barrot next to him, who was the current Attorney General. I'm going to switch your duties with that of Baroche. Jerome Bonaparte told Fernand Baroche and Baroche his solution. I don't know what you think. How? Fernand Barrot, who thought he might return to the parliament, showed a happy expression. Although the position of the Attorney General is a lot worse than that of the Minister of the Interior, he is still much stronger than the members who seem to hold the power of the state, but in fact only approve and oppose the power hearing that Baroche was appointed by Jerome Bonaparte. Of course there would be no objection. It was a proper promotion from the Attorney General to the Minister of the Interior. The position of Interior Minister also represents the level of confidence the President has in him. Fernand Barrot and Baroche agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's suggestion, and the rest of the procedure was to write resignation letters to Jerome Bonaparte respectively, and then Jerome Bonaparte after Pakistan's approval, they will be appointed. Make France Great Again latest Chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt. Download address. https. Make France Great Again. Mobile read. https. // For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 229 Countermeasures of the Party of Order, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 229 Reorganize the Police System. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Fernand Barrot and Baroche quickly put their resignation letter on the desk of Jerome Bonaparte, who signed his name in the lower right corner of the letter and forwarded it. It was given to Prime Minister Oppa, who then also signed his name. The resignation of Fernand Barrot and Baroche was officially approved. Of course, the cabinet changes inevitably caused turmoil among senior civil servants. Some of the senior civil servants of the Ministry of Internal Affairs who were inclined towards Fernand Barrot had temporarily lost their former powers and were waiting for the arrival of their new masters. Just when the outside world was speculating about who would take over the positions of Fernand Barrot and Baroche, Fernand Barrot, who was widely believed to be out of power, was immediately appointed as the Attorney General. The dramatic change surprised the party of order who wanted to watch the show. However, the post of Minister of the Interior has not been reasonably arranged, and many people have speculated whether Jérôme Bonaparte wants to keep this position vacant. For a time, the entire political world actually became lively again from a pool of stagnant water. From the leader of the party of order to the grassroots civil servants and police of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, they are all guessing about the next Minister of Internal Affairs. As for Jérôme Bonaparte, the initiator of the discussion in the political circles in Paris, he is sitting on a large red velvet seat in the living room on the third floor of the Élysée Palace. Attorney General Rouet, as well as the soon-to-be appointed Interior Minister Béroche and Police Inspector General Carlier. As a husky among the ministers, the police chief Carlier felt a little panic in his heart. He didn't understand why the president specially called him over in terms of administrative level. Carlier is still one level behind them. In terms of seniority, Carlier can only compare with Morny. However, Morny is a relative of the president, and he can only be regarded as a rock climber who has taken refuge with the president. Now that he was sitting here, Carlier could only bite the bullet and sit down. It was an honor to be able to sit with the minister. So far, Carlier can only comfort himself like this. The purpose of calling you all here today is very simple. Jérôme Bonaparte leaned back slightly, with one hand drooping on the back of the chair, and said in an easygoing tone, "Can any of you tell me about France? What the asterisk is going on with the police system?" Several ministers present and Carlier were stunned at the same time. They didn't understand what Jérôme Bonaparte was trying to do. Jérôme Bonaparte still had a lazy expression. He pointed at Carlier with his right halberd and said, "Mr. Carlier, tell me what's going on with the police in Paris?" Carlier, who was thrown out by Jérôme Bonaparte, could only explain to Jérôme Bonaparte the history of the formation and specialization of the French police system. From the red-closed Prime Minister Richelieu to the Fauche period, the French police system has been continuously improved. After the police and secret police discovered Road Fauche, they formed a professional department, the police department, gradually expanding from dealing with rebel forces to small prices in Paris. Fauche controls it all, and this huge police department can only be managed by Fauche alone. Emperor Napoleon has several times dismissed Fauche's successor to replace Fauche, but the successor does not have the ability of Fauche, and often makes the department a group mess, because France in a state of war needed to crack a lot of espionage work, and stabilize internal prices. Emperor Napoleon had to invite Fauche back, and Fauche also lived up to expectations, and stabbed the emperor in the back after the defeat at Waterloo. During the restoration of Bourbon, France gradually became stable, and the power of the police department could directly affect the king. Therefore, Louis XVIII replaced Fauche with the extreme royalist party after the dismissal of Fauche, demoted the police department, and reserved some powers to the public. Minister, Minister of Public Works, and Minister of Justice, Minister of Justice. At that time, the Minister of Justice followed the order of Louis XVIII to go to the south to try the Bonapartists, and handing over part of the power of the police to the Ministry of Justice would help the Ministry of Justice to liquidate the Bonapartists. This is why the powers of the police are currently intertwined. During the Louis-Philippe period, the police system was still the same as the old one, while adding the title of railway police. This nondescript office was not transformed until Jérôme Bonaparte became president. Carlier's explanation was not much different from what Jérôme Bonaparte knew, and Jérôme Bonaparte nodded in satisfaction, indicating that Carlier could sit down. Then, Jérôme Bonaparte turned his attention to the four ministers present. "What do you think, now that things have developed? As long as you are not a fool, you can see what Jérôme Bonaparte's previous foreshadowing meant. In the final analysis, it is just a redistribution of part of the police power in their hands." Attorney General Rouet said politely, "Your Majesty, the issue of police power is indeed a historical issue, and we should not leave this issue behind." "That's right," Molny also echoed. "As the Minister of Railways, he has nothing to do with the police. Anyway, it is not to divide his power, so why not support the president's decision?" "Persigny, what do you think?" Jérôme Bonaparte asked Persigny's opinion in a cordial tone. He didn't want to give people a stance of seizing power. No one knows better than Jérôme Bonaparte. With the development of industrialization, the division of labor among various positions has become more and more detailed. To establish a professional police force, it is necessary to clarify the boundaries of each unit. Otherwise, there will be power conflicts that affect the overall action. I agree with you, President. Pessini also agreed with Jerome Bonaparte. Point at present, the three departments involved in the police power agreed with Jerome Bonaparte, and Jerome Bonaparte began to express his views to the ministers present. The gendarmerie units, which are part of the public sector, will be returned to the army, and their name will be changed to armed police. Forest guards and customs officers have left the ranks of the judicial police and become subordinate branches of the Ministry of Public Works. The police commissioners in the judicial police belong to the Ministry of Justice. These police commissioners only have the power to inform and help judicial personnel to maintain the stability of the court, but have no power to participate in arrests. The administrative police has been renamed the City Management Law Enforcement Brigade, which is responsible for allocating the market. The police department also needs to be equipped with professional police officers of the criminal division and the investigation division to arrest criminals. At the same time, the Ministry of the Interior should set up a new department, which must be able to respond to sudden fires. Jerome Bonaparte explained his idea to the three ministers sitting. In short, it is strengthening the power of the police department to track down criminals, and appropriately weakening the judicial department's interference with the power of tracking. The powers of the gendarmerie as a half-military unit were incorporated into the army. Because of the strong connection between forest and customs officers and public works, Jerome Bonaparte did not completely split the power of the police department of the Ministry of Public Works, but reorganized it. A team that combines the functions of urban management and police in later generations will be born in the hands of Jerome Bonaparte. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's plan came out, a faint smile appeared on the faces of Beroche and Carlier. They understood that this plan would be beneficial to them. There was no joy or sadness on the faces of Roux and Pessini. However, Jerome Bonaparte was certain that the separation of power was not a pleasant one. Point like Jerome Bonaparte himself, he would not altruistically divide power. What do you think? Jerome Bonaparte, who had already planned to implement this plan similar to that of later generations, still put on a democratic negotiation driving. Your Majesty, will such a large-scale transfer bring Paris itself into chaos? Those low-level civil servants are likely to be intimidated by the government's actions. Pessini put forward his opinion euphemistically. I'll give you time. Jerome Bonaparte, who had no shortage of time at all, raised a finger and said to them, how about I give you 1 year? 1 year should be enough for you to break in. Years later, I need to see a new team. For Pessini and others, a year is enough time to adjust. If Jerome Bonaparte hadn't continued to intervene, they could have assumed that nothing had happened. Of course. Pessini, Rouet, and Beres responded, since you all agreed with Riyadh1.com, then I will hand over the reorganization plan and matters needing attention to your department later. I hope you will not live up to my expectations. I will check your progress from time to time. Jerome Bonaparte smiled meaningfully. As the so-called township deceives the town deceives the county, all the way to the legislative yuan. Jerome Bonaparte does not want to be the target of the bureaucrats below. Point. Although Jerome Bonaparte would not be like a loving father, he would not be destroyed physically if he failed to complete his work, but sometimes he had to give them a certain amount of pressure. Point. In the absence of pressure, this group of bureaucrats can complete one thing in half, even if he burns a lot of incense. Point. The president's smile made Pessini and Rouet extinguish their innermost thoughts. Even though they were a little unwilling in their hearts, they did not have the courage to disobey Jerome Bonaparte. There are too many juniors who want to replace them. If they are not careful, they will be directly slapped to death on the beach by the back waves. I look forward to your performance. After Jerome Bonaparte encouraged, the small meeting on the police's powers was dissolved. On the third day, the Minister of the Interior came from the House of Martinon, and Baroche, the former Attorney General, served as the Minister of the Interior. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https / in order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the / favorites below. to record the reading record of this. Chapter 230 Reorganization of the Police System, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Thea's Plan. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. What? It's just a reversal of positions. That guy Napoleon likes to do these little tricks. As soon as the news of the Minister of the Interior came out of the House of Martinon, the Rue Poitiers immediately received the news. The ultra-orthodox Duke of Broglie was very critical of Jerome Bonaparte's small actions, revealing a look in his eyes. Condescending contempt. You can't say that. Compared to the arrogant Duke of Blois, Thiers was extra cautious. He glanced at the vacancy beside him and sneered in a mocking tone. Are there some of us? I can't sit still and fall to the other side. Did you mean Odin Barrow? Duke Broy immediately thought of Odin Barrow, the left-wing leader of the royal faction, and he sneered angrily. Why do we have groups like Vic appearing one after another in our camp? So many romantics like Hugo. Don't they know that romantic ideas will kill them? Monsieur Duke, they may not care about romance. Thiers leisurely poured himself a cup of coffee, but something real. What else do they want? Don't they have enough seats on the standing committee? The Duke of Broye seemed to be asking Thiers. Maybe, said Thiers vaguely. I'm in the company of a bunch of idiots. It's a shame. Duke Broye also poured himself a cup of coffee and drank it. No. Thiers shrugged and retorted helplessly. Our party is not too many stupid people, but too many smart people. They are smart enough to count every interest carefully. Don't they understand that, even if they go to Napoleon, they won't necessarily gain anything? The Duke of Broye's eyes widened, and he seemed to have no understanding of the rules of Paris politics. After leaving Paris politics for decades, Monsieur Duke, they will only follow the victor. Thiers said calmly, moistening his throat with a sip of coffee. Victor? Mr. Thiers, we haven't lost yet. The Duke of Broye couldn't help raise his voice. His Excellency. To be honest, we are about to fail. Thiers said with a smile. Jérôme Bonaparte could launch a coup at any time. What shall we do then? Coup d'état? Duke Blois frowned and said to himself, then turned his eyes to Thiers. Mr. Thiers, you should have a way to deal with it. No. Thiers said earnestly, spreading his hands. We don't have a plan to solve it. No, we should say that we had a plan to solve it, but it was messed up by some smart people in our party. The infighting of the Party of Order gave Jerome Bonaparte the opportunity to take power, allowing him to act without the Party of Order. What if Thiers could set up a standing committee? This so-called committee was nothing but a paper tiger terrorizing Jerome Bonaparte. Then we can only wait for them to come and send us to prison. Duke Broye's expression was a little frustrated. He didn't want to return to the country so soon after eating enough country meals. It's up to you, Monsieur Duke. Thiers turned to the Duke of Broye. Duke Broye was stunned for a few seconds, his eyes filled with puzzlement, because there are too many smart people in our party. We have to give them a hope that we can win. Thiers said quickly, if the monarch you are loyal to can be loyal to me, if the monarch sincerely cooperates, then we can completely save the defeat. What Thiers said was exactly what Odin Barrow had been seeking for the complete merger of the Orthodox faction and the Orleans faction. As long as the two heirs to the throne could abandon their previous grudges and not fight infighting, then the internally divided Party of Order would inevitably lose a lot of wall faction. The United Republican faction coupled with the strength of Changanier, he is confident that he will completely seize power from the hands of Jérôme Bonaparte. According to the Constitution of the Second Republic, the President of the Legislative Assembly also had the power to dispatch soldiers, and Thiers believed that, if he could use this power well, he could win. You should understand that the monarch I'm loyal to lives in the Austrian Empire all the year round, so he is inevitably contaminated with some outdated ideas, and it is not easy to do his work. After a moment of hesitation, the Duke of Broyes said, he explained with a wry smile. I can wait for the Duke, but we are running out of time. Fears seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly added, please don't let your monarch make any more inappropriate remarks. It's causing us a lot of trouble. The so-called inappropriate remarks were the Count of Chambord's claim last year, which directly led to chaos within the Party of Order. The leader of the sectarian sect, Falau, went directly to the enemy with Montalembert. Afterwards, Thiers spent a lot of time trying to bring the clergy back, and he didn't want to go through similar things again. I'll try my best. Duke Broye could only say that he did his best. He has not been by the monarch's side for many years, and his influence on the Count of Chambord is far less than that of the Duke of Richelieu and others. However, the thinking of this generation of Duke Richelieu is not as good as that of his father. It's almost like someone crawling out of an 18th century tomb to serve monarch. The Count of Chambord was surrounded by such a group of insects. How could it be possible to do a good job in politics, monsieur? Thiers, what shall we do now? Asked the Duke of Broye to Thiers. Try. Thiers responded at once. Try? Duke Broye said in a puzzled tone. That's right. We want to test out Jerome Bonaparte's ability to control the army. Thiers explained to the Duke of Broye. Then how should we try? Duke Broye asked curiously. I will ask the Ministry of War to send more troops directly under the Parliament in the Legislative Assembly. Thiers said to the Duke of Broye. It is very likely that Jerome Bonaparte will not agree, said the Duke of Broye to Thiers. He really won't agree. Thiers showed a sly smile. However, we don't have General Changanier. He is the garrison commander of the same department. Thiers, you are playing with fire. The Duke of Broye looked at Thiers with horror. A little carelessness, and the whole of Paris may fall into civil strife. Don't worry. It's just a test. Thiers said confidently. If things really get out of hand, we'll stop right away. Our president probably doesn't want to see the whole of Paris in a state of ruin. That couldn't be better. The Duke of Broye smiled again, nodding in agreement with Thiers' so-called plan. Of course, Thiers did not think about what would happen to General Changanier, who was caught in the middle. In his heart, Changanier was also a ****. That could be discarded. Just as Thiers and others were plotting Jerome Bonaparte, Jerome Bonaparte was also plotting the issue of division within the Party of Order through the promotion of Fernand Barrot. Jerome Bonaparte gained favor from Odilon Barrot and others. Although these good feelings were not enough to make Odilon Barrot join them, at least they did not insist on objecting. As long as there are more wall riders within the Party of Order, the easier it will be for Jerome Bonaparte to defeat these members of the Party of Order. However, these are just the seeds planted in advance by Jerome Bonaparte. The real split of the Party of Order will have to wait until the death of King Louis Philippe of Orleans. The death of Louis Philippe represents the end of the hatred between Bourbon and Orleans. An opportunity for the fusion of the two parties, but also an opportunity for a complete split between the two parties. Jerome Bonaparte believed that the Count of Chambord would become a sharp knife to tear apart the cooperation between the Orthodox faction and the Orleans. The Orthodox factions and some Orleans factions who have been betrayed by their loyal monarchs one after another will inevitably be disheartened. Now Jerome Bonaparte had to test out the overall attitude of the Party of Order towards him, so Jerome Bonaparte called Alexander Walewski. Cousin, I hope you can take me to the Legislative Assembly to file a lawsuit like the Legislative Assembly, asking them to fulfill their promise to increase my annual salary to 900,000 francs and pay me 2.16 million francs for communication. Monsieur Le promised me, said Jerome Bonaparte, plausibly. Walewski. The corners of Walewski's mouth twitched slightly, and the president, who had extorted tens of millions of francs from the banker, would care about a meager salary. Now that the president has made a request, all Walewski can do is to fulfill the request. Re-add 1 commas. Walewski responded. Jerome Bonaparte will adjust his salary and ask for directions and estimate how many enemies he has in the Legislative Assembly. On June 30th, Legislative Assembly member Walewski made a rare speech on stage. Walewski raised the presidential salary question to the Legislative Assembly in his Napoleon-like voice. The Social Democratic faction in the Legislative Assembly continues to oppose the advance of the president's salary package, and the Party of Order is also in a state of anxiety. Some members of the Party of Order strongly opposed it, and others also believed that the president's proposal was understandable, and the Elysee Palace did need a certain amount of funding. Finally, at the suggestion of a member of the Elysee Palace, the Parliament proposed to pay the president an annual salary of 1.2 million francs, complementing the actual part in 1849. And the annual salary in 1850, and 2 million francs for communication point. Since the proposal is not based on the constitution, it does not need to follow the criterion of 2/3 consent, but only requires a supermajority. The Legislative Assembly agreed with Walewski by a narrow margin of 10 votes. Application point. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https // For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 231 Fear's Plan, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 231, Changania's Ambition. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Jerome Bonaparte got his wish and obtained the aftermath that Thiers had promised him, and at the same time roughly figured out how many of his supporters and potential supporters, as well as the opposition, were in the Legislative Assembly. On the whole, those who support Jerome Bonaparte are not far from those who oppose him. If Jerome Bonaparte just wants to improve his life within a limited time, then the Legislative Assembly will give Jerome Bonaparte some help. If he wants to plot bigger problems, a large portion of the Legislative Assembly may not support him. When the two forces stalemate each other, the strength of the army will be highlighted. Jerome Bonaparte was convinced that he would harness this force to utterly crush the Legislative Assembly. For this reason, he will not hesitate to use the hush money given to him by the council as a reward to those soldiers who have some outstanding contributions. In order to win over some of the National Guard Corps commanders who are responsible for guarding Paris, the 2nd Brigade Commander of the Paris Regular Army, the 3rd Brigade Commander, Major General Canrobert and Major General Perrault, as well as the 2nd Brigade and 3rd Officer, Jerome Bonaparte again issued an invitation to the army, inviting them to the Elysee Palace as a guest. After receiving the news, Changania, the garrison commander of the Seine department, hurried to the Rue de Pervetie to find Thiers to discuss the situation. Due to the military parade in the Sartori region in 1849, Changania had thoroughly seen the true face of Jerome Bonaparte. He decisively abandoned Jerome Bonaparte and turned more closely to Thiers. Connect together. Changania pushed open the heavy mahogany door and entered the mansion. As far as he could see, Thiers, sitting on the red upholstered sofa in the mansion, was reading a newspaper, and on his table were various newspapers, both domestic and foreign. Although Jerome Bonaparte and the Party of Order gradually tightened France's foreign relations, especially the strict royalty for foreign newspapers, these so-called rules can at best stop the little bourgeois in Paris, and the people like Thiers. For such a Parisian dignitary, censorship by newspapers is nothing but empty words. The arrival of Changania would startle Thiers, who was immersed in the news. He glanced at Changania from the corner of his eye, put down the newspaper, got up and walked towards Changania, and said in an easygoing tone, "Commander Changania, welcome." Thiers smiled at Changania, his fellow villager, and extended his slightly rough right hand to welcome him. Changania took Thiers' hand decisively, and the pair hugged each other. After a few seconds, the two released at the same time. At Thiers' invitation, Changania sat on the sofa, while Thiers sat on the red Nanmu seat opposite the sofa. "Commander Changania, I don't know what you are doing here today," Thiers asked Changania in a calm tone. This tone, combined with Thiers' sly smile, can make people feel that he has won the ticket. A feeling of, "That's right, Mr. Thiers." It seems that he was influenced by Thiers, and Changania's slightly nervous heart was appropriately calm, and he also reported to Thiers in a calm tone, "Mr. Thiers, I have information. That fellow Jerome Bonaparte has invited my officers from the 2nd and 3rd Brigades and the National Guard to dinner at the Elysee Palace tomorrow night. The corner of Thier's eyes changed slightly, and his open palm was clenched into a fist on his thigh point. If you don't pay attention to Thier's actions, it is difficult to detect this subtle move by Thiers. It's nothing. Commander Changanier, are you too nervous? It's just that the president routinely invites the army as a guest. Thiers said to Changanier in a relaxed tone. After all, our Mr. President with his Uncle Hope, he likes to rush into the army. He imitates his uncle everywhere, but the imitation is very poor. Mr. Thiers, the soldiers under my command don't think so. In order to make Thiers serious and threatening, Changanier hurriedly corrected Thiers' point of view. They think that Jerome Bonaparte is the former emperor. He will lead them to victory. Victory? Merit? Our Jerome Bonaparte has been preaching peace. Look at your newspaper. Thiers showed a mocking expression. He picked up a newspaper and threw it in the air. After throwing it away a few times, the newspaper floated gently in front of Changanier. Changanier glanced at the contents of the newspaper from the corner of his eye. The first column of the newspaper was analysis of President Jerome Bonaparte's peaceful thought. Men. Thiers, you don't trust such newspapers. Changanier asked Thiers. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. What matters is whether the Parisians believe it or not. Thiers said something inexplicable. Citizens? Changanier said disdainfully, full of distrust of the proletarians and the little bourgeois. Their strength is not worth mentioning. The army is the key to our victory over it. We. Thiers repeated Changanier in an indescribably strange tone. That's right. Us. Changanier frowned slightly, disliking Thiers' tone very much. Okay. Thiers asked directly. Mr. Changanier, what do you need us to be able to sit for you? We are helping each other. Changanier emphasized again. You're right. Thiers said perfunctorily. I hope the Party of Order can help me stabilize the army, so that we can defeat Jerome Bonaparte. Changanier put forward his own conditions. Commander. Changanier, do you think highly of us? We are just a political party, not a military group. Thiers shrugged and showed a helpless expression. He seemed powerless to what happened to Changanier. Mr. Thiers, I'm sure you and your party will be able to help me. Changanier unknowingly separated the Party of Order from him. What help do you want? Thiers asked Changanier with a stern expression. His smile restrained Thiers' serious expression also made Changanier have to be cautious. He reorganized his language and said to Thiers, Mr. Thiers, I hope my colleagues in the Party of Order can appoint me as Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. Then I will be able to restrain the army and arrest Jerome Bonaparte. Changanier's proposal made Thiers' face change. In his plan, the President of the Legislative Assembly, who has some command of the army, would become their bargaining chip against the President, but he never thought that Changanier would even think to meddle with this power. The old thing's ambitions aren't dead yet. Thiers couldn't help but scolded in his heart. Thiers, who pushed himself to others, had already equated Changanier with Jerome Bonaparte. Once the President of the Legislative Assembly and the military power were combined, the whole of Paris and even the whole of France would come under the control of Changanier. Such an outcome may enable them to remove Jerome Bonaparte smoothly and then support Vice President Blair as a puppet. But for Thiers there was no benefit. Once Changanier takes power, the guys in the Party of Order will inevitably choose to join him, and Thiers' own role will be greatly reduced. He did not want to become a kingdom system so soon as he was trying to be the president. He had already served as prime minister for 2 terms, and he also wanted to try the power of dictator according to Thiers' plan. The Party of Order would have to wait at least until after he became president. Changanier's plans would seriously affect Thiers' plans. Commander. Changanier. Thiers changed his tone and said coldly in the face of political enemies, please forgive me for refusing. The speaker cannot be a serving soldier. Thiers' answer surprised Changanier, knowing that it was just Thiers' rhetoric. Changanier, who did not understand Thiers' heart, said unwillingly, I can help you defeat Jerome Bonaparte and then return politics to Bourbon. Commander Changanier, the power of the speaker is decided by the sacred Legislative Assembly, not by me. Thiers' attitude became tough again. Of course, he understood that doing so would lead to Changanier's detachment from them. But whoever wants to allow him to be president of France is his political enemy. At this moment, Thiers also became the so-called wise man in his mouth. When everyone is a 1,000-year-old fox, unless, like Jerome Bonaparte, the power of the president is set on one Otherwise, they can only face the situation of infighting with each other. Fear's tough attitude shattered Changania's attempt to serve as speaker, and he could only take a step back, unwilling to say, "Then I hope that the Legislative Assembly can deal with Jerome Bonaparte's private banquet for military officers. Make an inquiry. Of course this is possible." Fears said with an imperial attitude to Riyadh1.com. The parliament will ask questions about this issue in the next few days. I hope that during this time, Commander Changania, you can effectively restrain the army and prevent them from connecting with the president again. I'll try my best. Changania didn't know whether his influence could restrain them, and now he could only pin his hopes on inquiries. After Changania left, Fears called the loyal leader of the Royalist Party, and he explained to them Changania's ambitions. All members of the Royalist Party expressed resentment at Changania's ambition. Wow. There's a Napoleon on the stage, and another Napoleon off the stage, Bellier said in a sarcastic tone. Although Orleanists and Legitimists are in the process of merging, the Orleanists' resentment towards Orleanists has not been eliminated. The two factions are like a bunch of couples who are divorced from each other, only to make do with each other. Under Fear's guidance, the Party of Order became more wary of Commander Changania. This also laid the groundwork for his subsequent failures. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt. Download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https://4. The convenience of reading next time, you can click the /favorite below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 232 Changania's Ambition, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 232, Seizing and Counter-Seizing. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Changania was unaware of what was happening on the Rue Portière. If he had known, he would have completely surrendered his military power to Jerome Bonaparte. The infighting of the Party of Order never ceased for a moment, but the infighting was largely maintained within a large framework that was about to crumble because of the Count of Chambord. Commander Changania, who had returned to the barracks from the Rue Portière, used the name of the garrison commander of the same department to convene a meeting of the regimental commanders, National Guard, and brigade commanders, field troops, of all the garrison units in Paris. Most of the National Guard Corps commanders followed Changania's orders to go to the barracks. However, in the field army, only Major General Nona, the commander of the 1st Paris Brigade, was present. Changania looked around and did not find the shadows of Major Generals Canrobert and Perrault. Not to mention them, even their officers did not come to the meeting. The situation in front of him made Changania very angry. He patted the combat conference table with gritted teeth, and the new conference table on the ground trembled slightly. In this fashion, Garnia's expression is like a wolf that wants to swallow a lamb. He glanced at the officers present again with sharp eyes and asked in a solemn tone, "Can any one of you tell me the 2nd Brigade? Where did the people from the 3rd Brigade go? Are they all dead? Where's Canrobel? Where's Perrot? Do they still want to do it?" The Legion commanders present and the brigade commander of the 1st Brigade bowed their heads. Of course, they knew where the 2 brigade commanders were going. They also believed that Commander Changania also knew, but Changania was just venting his emotions. "Ah, you dumb. Talk." Changania yelled at the senior officers in the barracks. Commander. Noma said to Changania intermittently. Major General Canrobert and Major General Perrault were invited by Marshal Montfort, who allowed them to leave the barracks for no reason. Changania shouted again, venting the dissatisfaction and depression in his heart. The senior generals were silent at the same time. This was a battle of immortals, and they did not want to participate in it. President Jerome Bonaparte is good, and Commander Changania is not someone they can provoke. After a while, Commander Changania spoke again, and gave an order. "Comrade Norma." "Yes." Brigadier General Norma responded immediately. "Now you send someone to take over the 2nd and 3rd Brigade." Changania gave the order. Brigadier General Norma's face froze instantly. This sudden order made his mind go blank, and a chill rushed to his brain from his spine. None of the soldiers present did not know what this order from Commander Changanier meant. Conrobel and Perrault must be able to leave the barracks with confidence. There must be a backup. If there is a problem, the army may face internal division. What? Still not moving? Could it be that what I said is useless? Changanier's indifferent voice reached Brigadier General Normar's ears again. Brigadier General Normar, who was unable to ride a tiger, could only bite the bullet and respond. Commander, should we wait a little longer? Wait a minute. Changanier's eyes revealed a strong murderous aura. Do you have to wait until the same room fights before giving up? Brigadier General Normar, hurry up and execute the order. Yes. Brigadier General Normar, who couldn't beat Changanier, could only obey Changanier's order, walked out of the combat meeting alone, and then rode toward the 1st Brigade station with his adjutant. In the middle of the journey, Brigadier General Normar tightened the reins, and the running horse's front hooves were slightly raised by a few centimeters due to the tightening of the reins, and the horse's head also tilted upwards. The horse's head also tilted upwards. The war horse that received the signal stopped, and Brigadier General Normar's adjutant also stood up. Brigade Commander, what's wrong? The adjutant asked General Normar. Do you know what will happen once we follow Commander Changanier's order to take over the 2nd and 3rd Brigades? Brigadier General Normar said faintly, looking at the azure control with only a few floating clouds in the distance. It won't be a civil war. The adjutant seemed to ease the anxious atmosphere in a mocking tone. You're absolutely right. A civil war could happen. Brigadier General Normar nodded in agreement with the adjutant. No way. The adjutant responded bravely. He couldn't imagine what a civil war in the army would be like. The civil war in the Paris 1st Division was not like the mob they had suppressed several times before, and they knew each other well about their combat effectiveness. It's very possible. Normar said firmly again. So we have to stop it. Brigadier, what should we do? The adjutant asked Brigadier General Normar what to do. Now you immediately rush to the Elysee Palace and inform the 2 generals of the commander's situation. I will go to the 1st Brigade commander to delay the action as much as possible. Remember to hurry. Brigadier General Normar issued an order to the adjutant. In order to let the adjutant understand the seriousness of the situation, Normar specially emphasized, our actions determine the order of the entire army. Yes. The adjutant immediately swung his whip and drove his horse to the Elysee Palace. While admiring the scenery along the way, Brigadier General Normar headed to the 1st Brigade barracks in a leisurely manner. For Brigadier General Normar, the most important thing he needs now is time. You two are doing well. Jerome Bonaparte encouraged Canrobert and Perrault with 2 French banknotes worth 50,000 francs. Your Majesty. Canrobert and Perrault, who received the check, looked at Jerome Bonaparte excitedly, but they did not extend their hands for a long time. Take it. You deserve it. Jerome Bonaparte shoved the bill into the 2 men's uniforms. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was about to keep them for dinner, Walewski barged in with a serious look on his face. Jerome Bonaparte showed a surprise expression. He didn't understand why Walewski, who was always calm, was so restless. Your Majesty, we have received news from the barracks that Changanier is ordering his subordinate Normar to receive the troops of the 2nd and 3rd Brigades. Walewski said earth-shattering words as soon as he entered. Who is the source of the news? Is it reliable? Jerome Bonaparte was eager to verify the accuracy of the news. Adjutant General Normar is waiting outside the door. Walewski responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Quick, you 2 go back. Jerome Bonaparte said to Canrobert and Perrault. Don't let Changanier's plot succeed. Walewski, you ordered the horse farm in the backyard of the Elysee Palace. Bring the 2 horses in and give them to them. Yes. Walewski hurriedly ran away. Your Majesty, we will now return to the barracks to restrain our soldiers. Canrobert and Perrault said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte personally sent Canrobert and Pajan out of the gate of the Elysee Palace and watched them leave. Jerome Bonaparte just remembered Normar's adjutant, and he ordered Walewski to call Normar's brigadier adjutant. Mr. Adjutant, hello. Jerome Bonaparte said to Adjutant Normar with a smile. Can I take the liberty to ask your name? Athos, the rank of Major, the first adjutant of Brigadier General Normar. Athos responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a sonorous force. Good. Major Athos, you did a good job. You successfully prevented a premeditated rebellion and saved the comfort of the Republic. Jerome Bonaparte said to Athos. Your Excellency, I don't think this is a rebellion. Athos summoned the courage to respond to Jerome Bonaparte. Then, Major Athos, what do you think that asterisk in Changanir is for? Jerome Bonaparte unceremoniously called Changanir a bastard. Commander. Changanir, maybe, does he? Major Athos tried to defend his boss's boss. He sent troops to take over the team without authorization. Who gave him the power? Is he preparing for a coup? Jerome Bonaparte asked Athos in a stern tone. Athos was silent, and Commander Changanir's orders did not take the orders of the President and the Ministry of War seriously. Major Athos, I'm not targeting you. Jerome Bonaparte's tone changed into a peaceful attitude. You did a good job. Your actions effectively avoided civil strife. Say, you want what? After a moment of hesitation, Major Athos pleaded with Jerome Bonaparte. I hope you will pardon my sir. Huh? You mean Commodore Normand? Jerome Bonaparte asked Athos. Riyadh1.com. That's right. To tell you the truth, I came here to obey my Commander Normand's orders. If possible. Major Athos said frankly to Jerome Bonaparte. Of course, no problem. Jerome Bonaparte replied without hesitation. At this time, what is most needed is to stabilize the 1st Brigade. I promise you and your superior will both receive medal. Jerome Bonaparte assured Athos. Thank you for your generosity. I sincerely hope that you can lead the French army to prosperity. Athos saluted Jerome Bonaparte. I also hope that France can have more and more officers like you. Jerome Bonaparte also returned solemnly. After Conrobel and Perrot rushed into their respective armies, they immediately gave orders to their subordinates to fight. The army quickly assembled amidst the sound of orders and artillery. When Brigadier General Normand, the commander of the 1st Brigade, arrived in a hurry. Commander Conrobel, what are you doing? Since Conrobel's position as deputy commander of the Paris garrison has never been resigned, Brigadier General Normand praised Conrobel respectfully. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 233 seizing and anti-seizing power, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends. Questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 233, Internal Conflict in the Army. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Brigadier General Normand, why are you here? Conrobel showed a surprised expression, as if he had no idea about the arrival of Brigadier General Normand. Call. Brigadier General Normand breathed a sigh of relief. From Major General Conrobel's answer, Normand heard another meaning. Major General Conrobel didn't want to tear his face with Changanir. Just imagine any general who can endure the humiliation of being directly overhead, not to mention that the president behind Commander Changanir and Conrobel are political enemies. Since Conrobel didn't choose to shake things out at the first time, it means that the troops can tolerate each other. The purpose of Conrobel sounding the bugle was probably to show him and Commander Changanir their ability to control the army. Now Brigadier General Normand was indeed intimidated by Conrobel's grip on the army. As soon as the bugle blew, the soldiers in the tent, in the attic, and in the homestay immediately gathered and formed a square formation under the leadership of the commander. Exudes a murderous aura that makes the enemy shudder. Perhaps, in order to continue the deterrent effect of Brigadier General Normand and Commander Changanir, the small, 6-pound, field gun of dark blue was also pulled out for Conrobel. Brigadier General Normand did not speak. He stood quietly waiting for the full assembly of the troops. 1,000-strong army quickly gathered at Conrobel's base camp. An officer walked up to Conrobel and saluted Conrobel and said, "Report to the deputy commander. The 1st Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Paris Brigade is assembled." "Okay." Conrobel nodded with satisfaction. He turned his gaze to Brigadier General Normand, who was stunned in the audience, and asked again, "Brigadier General Normand, why did you come to my military camp?" This time Conrobel changed from being gentle and instead used a stern tone to attack Brigadier General Normand. For a time, all the soldiers looked at Brigadier General Norma, and the hostile eyes everywhere made Brigadier General Norma once again convinced that he could not usurp this army at all. Fortunately, Norma himself did not intend to seize the army, which undoubtedly gave him more space for mediation. Deputy Commander, I'm here on the order of Commander Changanier to invite you and General Perrault to the commander's residence for a meeting. Really? Conrobel looked suspiciously at Commodore Norma. Really? Brigadier General Norma vowed to Canrobert. Commander Changanier specially ordered me to find you. Since it was Commander Changanier's order, then I have to suspend live ammunition. Canrobert sighed and issued an order to disband the assembled army. Brigadier General Norma did not understand that Conrobel's so-called live fire was, in the final analysis, or threat to Norma's 1st Paris Brigade. Once the army fights, not only the bullets, but also the artillery. This is precisely the situation that Brigadier General Norma does not want to see. It is simply an impossible task for one brigade to confront 2 brigades. Commander, please come with me, Brigadier General Norma said to Conrobel, after making an inviting gesture. Alright then. Conrobel slowly walked towards Brigadier General Norma. Deputy Commander, you can't go. A figure stopped in front of Conrobel, who was the 2nd Brigade Chief of Staff and Conrobel's adjutant. When Conrobel is not in the barracks on weekdays, the Chief of Staff is the person responsible for controlling the size of the barracks. Get out of the way. The commander invited me to discuss military affairs. What are you blocking? Conrobel's tone was displeased, and he severely criticized his Chief of Staff. Deputy Commander, can't go. The Chief of Staff stubbornly refused to let Conrobel leave. The upright boy directly exposed Norma's lie. I heard that Commander Changanier asked Brigadier General Norma to come over. In order to take over the 2nd Brigade, they want to take over you. Brigadier General Norma, who had never expected, torn his face, changed his face in an instant. Before he could speak, Conrobel quickly changed his face and criticized. Where did you hear such a bastard? Commander Changanier is the highest in the Seine province. Military commander, how could he be so good at imprisoning his subordinates? Am I right? That's right. Brigadier General Norma could only smile. He didn't know that he was singing red and white to show him. Deputy Commander, you can't go. The Chief of Staff still stopped Conrobel from leaving. Conrobel finally became annoyed. Someone take him down and put him in the solitary cell for me, and no one will open the door for him without my order. 2 soldiers racked up the 2nd Brigade Chief of Staff and left. Deputy Commander, you can't go. Deputy Commander, the Chief of Staff shouted and performed. Even if the commander imprisoned Conrobel, it would not help. His adjutant would get out of trouble as soon as possible, and then lead the 2nd Brigade to start a civil war. Brigadier General Norma could only pray that Commander Changanier would not be carried away by his anger. Otherwise, even if Canrobert and Perrault were captured, the 2nd and 3rd Brigades would rebel. Commander Changanier's orders are not comparable to those of the War Department. Brigadier General Norma, I made you laugh. Let's go. Conrobel said to Brigadier General Norma. Commander Conrobel, Deputy, I wonder if you have time to accompany me to the 3rd Brigade. General Perrault was also summoned by the commander. Brigadier General Norma replied to Conrobel with a smile. The two came to the camp of the 3rd Brigade together. The position of the 3rd Brigade was even more terrifying. A team of 2,000 people gathered in the wilderness around the camp under the command of General Perrault. Several M1842 artillery pieces were fired at the back of the team. This time, Brigadier General Norma completely believed that the commander might not be able to defeat the president. After Conrobel and Norma came to Perrault, Norma told Perrault what he had just said in Conrobel's barracks. After listening to it, Perrault also showed a suspicious expression. After the two quarreled with each other, Perrault disbanded the team and went to Changanier's combat meeting place with Norma. However, the backbone members of the 3rd Brigade were also not taken away by him. When the three of them rode towards Changanier to find the meeting place, they encountered Adus, the adjutant of Brigadier General Norma. On the waypoint after the three smiled tacitly, Brigadier General Norma introduced his adjutant to Conrobel and Perrault. Conrobel and Perrault, who were riding on horses, shook hands with Athos. If it hadn't been for Athos to tell the whistle, they might have been in a lot of trouble. When the afterglow of the setting sun spilled the last light and heat on the earth, The four finally came to the Changania battle conference. 3 people except Athos entered, and the candles hanging from the gold candlesticks on the ceiling were lit, and the room was bright again. Canrobot and Perrot saw the gloomy face of Commander Changania and the slightly tired expressions of the commanders of the National Guard Corps at the same time. It's back. Changania's tone was unusually flat, and it seemed that it was difficult to equate him with the person who clamored for the removal of Canrobot and Perrot's military command a few hours ago. Yeah. I didn't arrive in time due to too many trivial matters in the army. I hope the commander will forgive me. Canrobot gave a nonsense reason. None of the people present didn't understand where Canrobot and Perrot went, and now they can only put on clothes and pretend they don't know. The battle room is covered in lies from now on. In that case, you two sit down. Changania motioned for Canrobot and the others to sit in his seat. After Canrobot and Perrot were seated, Changania said, "Everyone, I asked you to come here today for nothing else but to say one thing." So people's attention was attracted by Changania's words. Changania paused for a while, then continued, "In recent days, our army has been too involved in politics, which will affect the army's judgment, strength, resulting in a decline in the army's combat effectiveness. We are soldiers, and soldiers are for loyalty. Born in the motherland, the army belongs to the country, not a private product belonging to a certain individual or group." Having said that, Changania turned his eyes to Canrobot and Perrot, and what he said was self-evident. "I don't want the army to be too close to certain political figures. Our army should adhere to a neutral principle. Therefore, I hope that the army in the same province will try not to participate in too many political gatherings, train the army honestly, and make France a first-class strong army." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Canrobot and Perrot changed, and they didn't understand what Changania meant. The military should not give too much advice to politicians? Doesn't that mean they shouldn't contact the president? The army maintains a neutral attitude. You read www. Go to whocanshoe.com to cheat on this one. When has the army really remained neutral, or the army that remained neutral has long since been disbanded? Changania is clearly targeting them. "Commander, I don't understand what it means to be involved too much with politicians." "Who do you mean by politicians?" Canrobot immediately got up and asked Commander Changania with a smile, with an increasingly aggressive tone. "I think I said it very clearly. It's all political figures." Changania emphasized word by word. "Then I want to ask Commander Changania, is the president the same?" Canrobot set a language trap for Changania. The president is a political figure, and he is also the highest military commander in the whole of France. Is this person a political figure with both executive and military powers? It's up to your own judgment. Changania deftly avoided Canrobot's language trap. "Then, can I affirm that we can participate in the president's banquet without having too much contact with the parliament?" Canrobot said irrationally. "General Canrobot, make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 234. Internal conflict of the army, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 234. Completely Broken. Make France Great Again. https // General Canrobot, I said it. The military should avoid political associations as much as possible. Don't you understand? Changania stared at the 40-year-old Major General with cold eyes. If he hadn't let go of his own, he wouldn't be as high as he is now. After all, it was just one of Bonaparte's dogs who dared to pose in front of him. "I think." Canrobot looked around and said firmly, "The president is not a political figure. He is the leader of the republic and the supreme commander of the army. We can only get better if we keep in touch with the supreme commander from time to time. Build an army." "I think General Canrobot is right." Perrot, who belonged to the same camp, immediately cheered for General Canrobot. Not only Parrot, but some National Guard Corps commanders who were inclined towards the president also slightly, and they also agreed with Jerome Bonaparte's words. The thing that Changanier was most afraid of happened. If even the National Guard were drawn by them, then he, the chief executive of the Seine province, had no other way than to be killed by his neck. Years of military life have taught Changanier how to master his subordinates, and the army takes obedience as its bounden duty. As long as you can show your attitude and use the level of your position to make these guys obey. The rest depends on whether Thiers can help him. I don't want to ask whether the president is a politician. Changanier decided to use his own advantages to make them obey. I give orders from the commander of the National Guard of the Seine and the garrison. From now on, anyone you must not leave the military camp without my approval, otherwise, you will be dealt with by military law. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of everyone present changed greatly. Even Brigadier General Normand looked at Changanier with horrified eyes. Commander Changanier's order was too earth-shattering. 1 Bad. Changanier could lead to an all-or-nothing situation. Do you understand? Changanier said sharply to everyone present. The people in the war council did not respond to Changanier. I'll say it again. Do you hear it clearly? Changanier's tone was more severe the second time, and his voice could not be louder. I heard. This time there were finally a few scattered responses. Very good. Changanier nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Today's meeting is here. It's already late. You should go back and rest." Changanier turned around and disappeared into the darkness, and the commanders of the National Guard Corps also left one after another. Conrobel and Parrot frowned and fell into contemplation. After a while, Major General Conrobel called out Major General Parrot. After going out, the two of them rode out of the combat meeting room. What should I do now? Changanier, the immortal old man, obviously has power over us. Perrault's words had lost the slightest respect, and Changanier had already begun to tear his face. Don't worry. The sly moonlight shone on Conrobel's slightly bald head, and Conrobel said solemnly, "We just need to control the army, and leave the rest to His Majesty and the minister. Changanier can use his position to suppress us, and naturally some people can use it to suppress others. Here, Changanier has no ability to remove our position. Don't look at Changanier as the commander of the same National Guard and the garrison, but his rank is only on the same level as Conrobert and Perrault. If you want to remove Conrobel and Parrot, unless it is an order from the War Department, but the War Department is in the hands of the President. Under the moonlight, Conrobel and Perrault set foot on the road back to their station. 9 AM the next day. Jerome Bonaparte, who had woken up from his sleep, simply ate a breakfast, and just after sitting in the study, he received a message from Conrobert. What? Conrobert looked at Walewski with a surprised expression. You mean that Changanier no longer allows the army to go to the Elysee Palace? That's right. Walewski said firmly. General Conrobert told me that Changanier held a meeting after his return, and the meeting made it clear that the army could not. Jerome Bonaparte's expression became more and more dissatisfied when Walewski relayed Conrobert's words. Of course, he was not dissatisfied with Walewski, but with Changanier's policies. This guy Changanier seems to be determined to target him. I want to dismiss Changanier. Jerome Bonaparte said calmly. Your Excellency, I don't think we are ready for a full-scale war with the Party of Order. Walewski discouraged his cousin. I think we'll have to wait a while. Jerome Bonaparte, who was almost swept away by anger, was instantly sobered up by Walewski's words. Since Changanier dared to blatantly restrict his communication with the army, it means that there must be Thiers behind him. Although the current Party of Order is about to be torn apart, it is still experiencing a shattering of faith. Only when the Count of Chambord smashes them does not completely disintegrate. Jerome Bonaparte can completely smash them. Time will not wait too long. Cousin, go and help me call this old Changanier here. I want to ask him face to face. Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. Jerome Bonaparte also said this to Changanier. A man in his 60s showed no respect. Yes. Walewski responded immediately to Jerome Bonaparte. After Walewski left, Jerome Bonaparte, who was bored in the big chair, continued to read the contents of the newspaper. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the study. Jerome Bonaparte sat upright, with a solemn and dignified expression. Please come in. The door opened slowly, and Walewski and Changanier appeared outside the door. "General Changanier, please," Walewski said to Changanier with due courtesy. "Thank you." Changanier also responded politely. Point after Changanier entered the study, the door closed again, leaving only Jerome Bonaparte and Changanier. "General Changanier, please take a seat." Jerome Bonaparte extended his hand enthusiastically to invite General Changanier to sit down. The expressionless General Changanier sat on the side of the sofa, and Jerome Bonaparte sat opposite Changanier. Jerome Bonaparte, with his legs slightly spread and his elbows drooping on his thighs, sat in a relaxed posture and said to Changanier kindly, "General Changanier, it has been a long time since we met face to face like this. Let's talk. Your Excellency, I'm a soldier. I shouldn't be too involved in politics." Commander Changanier told the funniest joke in the world with a serious expression. The corner of Jerome Bonaparte's mouth showed a smile, and he said with a hint of sarcasm, "General Changanier, you know, comedy is comedy because they often say it with serious expressions. With perverse words, you have the potential to be an actor, Mr. President." There was a trace of anger in Changanier's words, and he said word by word, "If you came to me just to say some witty words, then I think you are looking for the wrong person, and the opera house next door is obviously more for someone like you. General, why are we fighting each other? What benefit did fears give you? We can talk openly and openly." Jerome Bonaparte simply opened the skylight and said eloquently, "At least they won't be like you." Changanier, who was not speculative, got up and wanted to leave. "That's not necessarily." Jerome Bonaparte straightened up and said with a sigh, "General, if you don't have two boats, we will become a very good partner." "Mr. President, stop laughing," Changanier retorted. "You have never trusted me, and all you trust are those who have been promoted by you. It can't be said that most of the colleagues in the War Department were not promoted by me." Jerome Bonaparte replied to Changanier, "Yes, they are not the candidates for your promotion, but they have become your lackeys for you to drive at will. As long as this group of soft heads is a little tower Riyadh1.com, they will kneel down." Adhering to the North African school for the disdain of government bureaucrats, General Changanier also looked down on those guys in the War Department. As soon as he finished speaking, Changanier turned his back to Jerome Bonaparte and was about to leave. "Commander Changanier, you are trying to provoke me. I will send you to Wonsan." Jerome Bonaparte threatened Changanier. "No, I will send you to Wonsan." Changanier counter-threat Jerome Bonaparte without hesitation. Wonsan, a prison in eastern France, a place for political prisoners. After the two men threatened each other, a meeting broke up. Jerome Bonaparte sat back on the sofa, waiting for Walewski to arrive. "Your Excellency, what's the matter?" Commander Changanier looks very angry. Walewski looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. He didn't expect that after such a short time, the two of them broke up. "He wants to send us all to Wonsan," said Jerome Bonaparte in a flat tone. "That's really bad news." Walewski frowned. "You have to fight back, cousin. You are now going to the Ministry of War to inform Minister Igno and Saint Arnault of what has just happened, and let them be ready to dismiss Changanier at any time." Jerome Bonaparte told Walewski ordered one by one. "Yes." Walewski responded immediately, "And those guys who disclosed what happened here at Changanier to the Paris army, generals who are idle at home, prepare them psychologically, like, to make France great again. Please collect it. Make France great again. Update the fastest." Chapter 235, Paris Zero in the grip of civil war. Make France great again. HTTPS. Due to Changanier's tough attitude, the National Guard Corps commanders who wanted to attend the presidential banquet did not dare to leave the barracks for half a step. Of course, the hearts of these Legion commanders could not help but complain about Changanier. Obviously it was the president's struggle with Changanier, but they became the price. In order not to offend both parties, the commander of the National Guard who had been invited by Jerome Bonaparte had no choice but to choose not to go to the banquet, and at the same time, ordered his cronies to hand over his letter of apology to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte's desk is full of letters of apology from the commanders of the National Guard Corps, in which they expressed their attitude and hoped that the president would continue to lead the army. For Jerome Bonaparte, it is not easy for the National Guard to make such a statement, and he does not expect the National Guard to help him in the coup, as long as they deal with everything that happens afterwards with a neutral attitude. Jerome Bonaparte also replied to the commanders of the National Guard call letter by letter. In the letter, he expressed his understanding that they could not come to the banquet, and at the same time, encouraged them to continue to serve France. The days to come are still long. Envelopes were sent through the military administration. At the same time that Jerome Bonaparte also instilled his influence at the base of the army through the military administration. With the addition of Bonaparte's surname, Jerome Bonaparte gradually penetrated into the 1st Brigade in Paris, and the 1st Brigade, which was relied on by Changarnier as a confidant, also experienced small-scale turmoil. It is also mandatory that the military will not be allowed to communicate to the military administration by writing letters in the future. Changarnier's actions can indeed effectively curb the Bonaparte ideology in the army, but it also makes the soldiers at the grassroots level more and more disgusted with Changarnier. This disgust gradually affects the soldiers at the battalion level, and many people are raising their heads looking forward to waiting for the exit of Changarnier. Changarnier still doesn't know that his image in the Paris army has gradually deteriorated. He only sees that under his own efforts, the Paris army has gradually moved in a favorable direction. What if Conrobel and Perret had control of the 2nd and 3rd brigades? In the end, you still have to listen to him. After the Great Revolution, the military authority has changed from the original private army to the national army. No one can monopolize the army. All the power of the army leader comes from the superior at the higher level, which means that he can be removed. Only the Minister of War. Once the Minister of War orders his dismissal, fears of the Legislative Assembly will inevitably act, and the dismissal will be empty talk, at least in Changarnier's prediction. His position is linked to the Party of Order. No matter how stupid the Party of Order is, it will not allow itself to be dismissed by the Minister of War. After leaving the Élysée Palace, Changarnier was like an emperor who was welded to death on a golden toilet, holding the Paris army firmly. Whenever he had a chance, he began to stretch out his hand to fight against Conrobert and Perrault's. The 2nd Brigade and the 3rd Brigade took action. For this reason, he also coerced and lured the chiefs of the 2nd Brigade and the 3rd Brigade, but his plan failed after all. Conrobel and Perrault had to accompany Changarnier go down. However, Changarnier's actions also helped Thiers in the Legislative Assembly. The battle between the armies made Thiers and others not need to worry about a coup d'état. At least there is no need to worry about a coup d'état happening in the near future, which makes Thiers it can be calmly arranged against Jerome Bonaparte, who holds the executive power. Jerome Bonaparte of the Élysée Palace also realized that the solution to Changarnier could not be solved quickly. He could only order Conrobert and Perrault to control the 2nd and 3rd brigades controlled by the Bonapartists, and at the same time he kept inviting some generals to the banquet. During the banquet, Jerome Bonaparte criticized Changarnier unscrupulously and claimed that Changarnier was not a qualified general. Changarnier in the army also retorted that Jerome Bonaparte was not a qualified leader, but a clown who was under the shadow of his ancestors. The entire military circle in Paris was affected by the struggle between the president and Changarnier, and the reporters of the Paris newspaper were also moved by the news. And they found General de Castellane. At that time, General de Castellana happened to be watching Victor Hugo's play Guardian of the Castle in the box of the Paris Opera. A woman with a swinging fan entered General de Castellana's box, and she saluted General de Castellana. "Dear Madam." De Castellana also returned to the Duchess in front of him. "I hope I didn't disturb you," said the Duchess, covering her lips with the fan. "Madam, I don't know what you have to do with me." De Castellana looked curiously at the Duchess in front of him. "It's like this. I have a friend. I hope to interview you. I wonder if you can." The Duchess asked de Castellana, and then she added, knowing that she was a little rude, "I know this request is a bit rude, but I promise it will not involve your asterisk asterisk." Looking at the Duchess's slightly pleading voice, de Castellane did not understand that the so-called friend of the Duchess should be his lover. In the circle of nobility, things between the Duchess and journalists were discussed for 3 days and 3 nights. "Can't say enough." "Yes," de Castellana responded immediately. "However, I have the right to decide whether I need to answer or not." "Thank you so much." The Duchess expressed her gratitude and surprise, and she didn't have any hope for this request herself. "I'll bring him here." With that, the Duchess turned and left. After a while, a young man with curly hair and a handsome face with a hint of childishness appeared in front of Di Castellana. At first glance, Di Castellane was convinced that the young man in front of him had just arrived in Paris. It didn't take long for him to get rid of that non-Parisian rusticity, but he had to admit that this young man did have some beauty. "Hello, General." The young reporter greeted Di Castellana. Di Castellana nodded slightly to the Duchess and said in a smooth tone, "Let's get started." The young man hurriedly took out the prepared paper and pen and placed them on Di Castellana. The Duchess on the side looked at the reporter with love and admiration. The young reporter asked Di Castellana a series of questions, and Di Castellana responded one by one. It's just that, because the reporters asked too many questions, Di Castellana's attitude gradually became perfunctory. The keen reporter also saw the change in Di Castellana's attitude, and he decided to ask the last question. "General, what do you think of the problem between the president and Commander Changanier?" Di Castellana's face changed slightly. He stared at the reporter with sharp eyes, trying to analyze the reporter's content. The young reporter stood up fearlessly to meet Di Castellana's gaze, and the Duchess on the side wanted to stand up to ease the atmosphere. "You do have something extraordinary." Di Castellana's sharp eyes gradually softened, and he said with a smile, "This is not a problem that cannot be said. Not only me, but also those in Paris. People also believe that Changanier should not speak ill of the president, especially to let these bad words reach the ears of some people. Now General Changanier has been blinded by the desire for power in Paris, although his actions in a serious situation have given him the opportunity to take this position. He is overly confident that his power can be continued. Indeed, he does have some influence on the parliament now. He thinks that, if anew in the presidential election, no one can get the necessary votes. At that time, the Congress will decide who will be the president, and he will be elected without question. But I don't think he can be elected, or I don't think there is a next time." Di Castellana's words made the young reporter look surprised. If this is really the will of the high-level Parisian army, then the whole republic may be heading for a new fork in the road. Riyadh1.com Young man, do you have the courage to publish this news in the newspaper? You might end up in jail for this." Di Castellana asked with a smile. "No," said the Duchess, hurriedly approaching the young reporter. After the young reporter hesitated for a moment, he raised his head and said firmly to Di Castellana, "Thank you, General, I will send this report intact." After speaking, the young reporter bowed to Di Castellana. Di Castellana showed a rare surprise and then said with a smile, "I look forward to your article." "Young man, what's your name?" "Lustignac." The young reporter responded with a smile. "Okay, Rastein, I hope you can gain a foothold in this city. From you, I see the shadow of a person. He was the same as you back then?" Di Castellana sighed. "Who is it?" Rastein asked Di Castellana curiously. "Theus," said Di Castellane with a serious expression. Then, "I'm really flattered." Rastein also smiled. Rastignac and the Duchess left Di Castellane's box. "Rastignac? Rastignac?" Di Castellana kept repeating the name. The next day, an unnamed tabloid published an interview with Di Castellana. The conflict between Changanier and the president instantly turned from dark to light. Before this, no newspaper had dared to directly break through the contradiction between the two sides, and the name Rastein also appeared in everyone's sight. Like to make France great again? Please collect it. Make France great again update the fastest. Chapter 236, Legislative Assembly First Shot. Make France great again. https://Lustignac. Interesting. Jerome Bonaparte at the Elysee Palace turned his back to the desk with his legs crossed and flipped through the tabloid in his hand with interest. "Your Excellency, do we want to take this guy?" Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte. He was worried that the content of the newspaper would be used by people with intentions. At the end of the article, Rastein has already hinted that the president is likely to launch a coup d'etat, which undoubtedly exposed them to the public eye for the Bonapartists who have not yet had a coup d'etat. Jérôme Bonaparte placed the chair in front of Walewski, put the newspaper on the desk, and said with a smile, "Since last year, there have been various rumors that we are going to have a coup d'etat. Now we are not still sitting here. For some things, it is easy to cause aesthetic fatigue if you cry too much. After the wolf comes, I'm afraid that those people will not continue to cry. Jerome Bonaparte paused for a while, and while tidying up his ruffled collar, he continued, however, this Rastin article is still very sharp. It is also handy to control the contradictions of the article. Set up the opposite of the two, and then leave it to the readers to judge for themselves. As long as the topic is active, there is no need to worry about not having subscribers. Jerome Bonaparte praised this Parisian upstart. For a 19th century journalist, the quickest way to knock on the door of high society was to publish an article and then smash his fame. Go out, and then you will receive an olive branch from the upper class. As for whether the olive branch is strong or not, it depends on the person who handed him the olive branch. Guys who get kicked out of high society for being on the wrong team abound. Even if you take the olive branch, it doesn't mean you really step into the upper class. You also need to maintain your reputation as much as possible to let more people know you. As long as more and more people identify with you, you can rely on public opinion in bowl. Under the leadership of a thorough step into the door of high society. Your Excellency, what do you mean? Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and put his index and middle fingers together, then poked the author's name lightly. I decided to give this man a chance. Tell my sister Mathilde, the next literature Sharon can invite him. At the Élysée Palace, Jerome Bonaparte was in charge of the political affairs, and the literary men were received by Mathilde. It can be said that Mathilde is the literary emperor of the entire Élysée Palace, and Paris literati are honored to receive Mathilde's invitation. Since there is no specific party division in the literary world, Mathilde inevitably invited some literati who were inclined to the Mountain and Republican factions. Jerome Bonaparte also turned a blind eye to this. He is still very magnanimous towards the literary world, as long as he doesn't openly write articles to insult him. He can laugh it off. Of course, with the exception of Dr. Ma on the other side of the strait, he is the only one who enjoys mocking Jerome Bonaparte while receiving his allowance. This kind of honor can only be enjoyed by Dr. Ma. More importantly, Dr. Ma himself did not know that he received an allowance from Jerome Bonaparte. According to Marcel Yalager's report, that allowance successfully eased Dr. Ma's predicament, and even after being harassed by the British black-hearted landlord, he could still enjoy the big house. You must know that in history, Dr. Ma spent a lot of money when he first arrived in Britain. And then after being tricked by a black-hearted landlord in Britain, he had to move from a big house to a dirty hut. Dr. Ma's young child also died during that time. It was not until Engels inherited the family business to subsidize Dr. Ma that Dr. Ma's situation improved. Off topic. Yes, Walewski understood. Unbeknownst to Rastigny, his own destiny had been determined by Jerome Bonaparte of the Élysée Palace. Rastin's exposure only made Parisians and members of the Party of Order nervous for a while. With the publication of an article in the Le Bonaparte entitled Bonaparte and Democracy, the tension was once again dissipated. The signature of the article is Jerome Bonaparte, and the content of the article expounds Jerome Bonaparte's own idea of class cooperation and determination to support the Republic. The people of Paris once again believed in the kleptocrat. In late July, the temperature in Paris rose again, and this year's temperature even exceeded the previous 2 years. The scorching sun shines on every corner of Paris, under the shade of trees, under the shadow of a building, every place that can make people feel a little cool. All places are full of people. In such weather, let alone workers. Even the congressmen who received 50 francs a day were reluctant to go to the Bourbon Palace. The number of MPs at the Palais Bourbon was reduced from 680 in mid-July to 500. Among them, the Party of Order, Bourbon, Orleans, Bonaparte, moderate Republicans, has a total of 322 people. And the Mountain Party and the Republican Party have a total of 178 people. If not for the upcoming adjournment, I'm afraid that fewer people will arrive at the Bourbon Palace. On July 28th, 3 days before the Legislative Assembly adjourned. The Council of Ministers of the Legislative Assembly announced that Marist would no longer serve as Speaker, and that the post of Speaker would be held by Bourbon. Mountain and Republican parties expressed vehement opposition to this. Although Speaker Marist has not helped him in the past 2 years, at least Marist has maintained an impartial attitude. Now, to replace a Republican faction like Speaker Marist with a member of the Royalist Party is not a naked announcement to the public that the sacred Legislative Assembly is about to become a Royalist Parliament. Due to the deadlock between the two sides, Thiers once again proposed to use votes to decide whether to stay or stay. The most comical scene of the Republic since its founding took place in the sacred Legislative Assembly. Speaker Marist smiled and knocked on the wooden nut and said, "Now vote on whether Marist will be the speaker." The Party of Order overwhelmingly voted in favor, while the Shanchen faction and the Republican faction all voted against it. Parliament agreed to the removal by a comparative advantage of 278 to 222. Speaker Marist voted against himself. After the decision was made, Speaker Marist stepped down from the speaker seat, where he had been sitting for nearly 2 years with a solemn expression, and he came to the original podium again. "I am very happy that you can continue my opportunity to serve as the speaker for nearly 2 years. During my tenure as speaker, a lot has happened. We are in the same boat and we are moving forward. I hope you can follow through on the road ahead. The democratic spirit of France." Mr. Marist, former, said affectionately to every member present, "Long live France, long live democracy." The Republicans and the Mountains stood up and cheered loudly, "Long live France, long live democracy." Although their number is small, their voices are enough to shake the entire Bourbon Palace. Marist stepped down to the cheers of the Mountaineers and the Republicans, and as he walked to the Party of Order camp, he smiled and nodded to Thiers of the Party of Order. Thiers also smiled at Marist. After all, it is nothing more than a tit-for-tat between powers, and stepping down means reconciliation. Compared with Thiers and Marist's laughing feud, the Bourbon faction in the Party of Order showed a disdainful expression. In the view of the Bourbon faction, it was just a group of barking dogs. Marist returned to the Republican camp, and Durban in the Party of Order rose. Under the unanimous welcome of the Party of Order, Councillor Durban, no, it should be the Speaker Durban standing on the podium. "Thank you for trusting me and entrusting this position to me. I will definitely live up to expectations and bring morality and order to life in the Bourbon Palace." Congressman Durban said politically incorrect words in an excited tone. The Republicans in the Mountains looked angrily on the side of the Party of Order. Thiers rose to applaud, as did the members of the Party of Order, to encourage the presence of Speaker Durban. Durban of the Party of Order sat on the rostrum. He gently moved the wooden hammer 3 times, and the Legislative Assembly was dissolved. On July 30th, the Palais Bourbon once again held a parliamentary session. The new speaker, Speaker Durban, presided over the meeting, and at the beginning of the meeting, Speaker Durban threw a bomb that vibrated the Legislative Assembly. In order to better implement the democratic policy Riyadh 1.com, I propose that the parliament should be equipped with a certain amount of force. The parliament should establish its own direct troops. Durban announced to the members present according to Thiers' instructions the expressions of the members of the Republican faction, the Mountain faction and even the Elysee faction changed dramatically. Especially the members of the Elysee Palace, who have experienced the struggle for power within the Party of Order. They understand that they do not have the ability to compete with the majority of the Party of Order in the Legislative Assembly. Guarantee. If the parliament has established its own parliament, then the power of the War Department will be greatly weakened, resulting in the splitting of military power into two, which is very unfavorable for them. Those opponents who were suppressed by Renault and Arnault were probably about to move. I don't agree. The member of the Elysee Palace directly stood up to express his objection. Our army exists to maintain democracy and does not need to arrange directly under the troops. If the Legislative Assembly has established directly under the troops, then the armies who should have the command? Of course, all the members of the council. Speaker Durban responded immediately. Then what about the president? The Elysee Palace member said plausibly, doesn't the parliament believe in the president chosen by all the French people? After speaking, the members of the Elysee Palace sent a glance at the colleagues of the Party of Order around. These damned guys have completely disregarded their previous friendship and wanted to put them to death. He said loudly, as the supreme military commander of this country, the president has all the power over the military. Has this proposal ever experienced a president approval? Like to make France great again? Please collect it. Make France great again update the fastest. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, War Threats and Countermeasures. Make France Great Again. https:// The questioning of the members of the Élysée Palace made the Speaker Durbin and some members of the Party of Order silent. If they could trust the president and the War Department, they wouldn't have to work out how to get military power without the War Department. Point of course, none of the people present will say that they don't trust the War Department. They will only control the army that has always been under the control of the Legislative Assembly in the name of protecting the Assembly. When some members of the Party of Order and Speaker Durbin were speechless, Thiers got up and smiled. He said in an easygoing tone, "We respect the power of the president over the military, but the Legislative Assembly is the highest authority in France, and it is the core of a nation, and it should have the right to protect the laws it makes from being amended. It is not against the spirit of the law, sir, to create a section directly under Parliament. So, what should be the relationship between the army and the president? If one day France faces an invasion by an enemy country, this assembly should obey the president's orders or to obey the orders of the Legislative Assembly. What should the constitution give to the president? To command the French army." The Élysée Palace member bit the constitution to refute Thiers, and then he used a passionate tone to all the members present. To be precise, the Social Democrats members, "Gentlemen, we should follow the Constitution. The Constitution is the fundamental basis for serving the Legislative Assembly in France, and represents the spirit of the French rule of law. The deployment of the army must be approved by the President, before it can act, which is unshakable by anyone." After that, Prince Montfort also got up, rolled up his sleeves and said loudly, "That's right, the power of the highest military command that the French Republic entrusts to the president cannot be shaken in the slightest. If anyone dares to shake the spirit of the rule of law in the Republic, we will resort to force, and the whole people, that's right. Tell it to the whole people, call it to the whole people." More and more members of the Élysée Palace rose up and shouted call for the whole people under the leadership of Prince Montfort. The members of the Party of Order, including Thiers, had a gloomy face. They didn't understand that the back of the appeal to the whole people was to resort to force. They had mastered most of the troops in the suburbs of Paris. They were not like the mountain factions a year ago. Once Paris, if there is internal turmoil, no one can believe that he will be the final victor. Especially in the conflict between the Changarnier commander and the president some time ago, Thiers keenly found that most of the regular troops in Paris had surrendered to Napoleon, and the National Guard was more or less inclined to Napoleon. If the Party of Order declared war with the president, Thiers believed that they had absolutely nothing to gain. Quite a bit here. Thiers' attitude softened a little, and he decided to take it slow. If he can't deal with the president, he just needs to be able to deal with some people in the War Department. However, the proposal must pass. I'm not denying the president's leadership over the military. We just hope to establish a more efficient legislative assembly. Thiers softened a little, trying to reduce the strong smell of gunpowder in the legislative assembly. The efficiency of the legislative assembly depends on the members. As long as the legislative assembly can be united, the efficiency will naturally increase. I really don't understand what the legislative assembly needs the army to do. Do you want to use the army to suppress the people who support you in the country? Pierre Bonaparte sneered at Thiers, and others in a comical Italian-French accent point in the face of Pierre's ridicule. Thiers did not get angry at all. He retorted in an easygoing tone, "Member Pierre, the purpose of the army is only to enable the Legislative Assembly to be able to protect the French Constitution, to make the Constitution more execute quickly." After speaking, Thiers ignored the Bonapartists and Pierre Bonaparte. He turned to Speaker Durbin and said, "Mr. Speaker, it's time to vote." "Oh, good." The one who reacted desperately knocked on the wooden hammer and said loudly, "Vote now." The sanctity of the Legislative Assembly was wiped out with the almost rogue cooperation between Thiers and President Durbin. Not only the Social Democrats and the Élysées, but also some members of the Party of Order also doubted what the constitution they upheld was. After the proposed compulsory start, the LSEs, the Social Democrats and a small number of the Clerical Order Party voted against it, while the Orthodox, Orleanists and some extremist clericalists voted in favor. Parliament won by a narrow margin of 3 votes. I announce that the proposal is approved. Speaker Durban tapped the wooden hammer with a solemn expression. Let's go. Prince Montfort and the other members of the LSE Palace sent members, just as Ludrow Roland hoped to lead the LSE Palace members, to leave without a word. However, the departure of the LSE faction was not as pleasant as the departure of the Mountain faction, and the Party of Order who proposed to pass it also did not feel any joy in its heart. They know the president will not let it go. Prince Montfort, who had left Bourbon, and the LSA sent councillors to go to the LSA immediately and informed Jerome Bonaparte of what happened at the Bourbon Palace. Is the proposal approved? Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in a chair with his fingernails buttoned, asked casually. That's right, said Pierre Bonaparte with a wry smile. Oh. Jerome Bonaparte responded indifferently and continued to buckle his fingernails. My Excellency, the proposal has now been passed. You are about to lose control of the army. Looking at Jerome Bonaparte, who looked nonchalant, Prince Montfort was furious. Who said that? Jerome Bonaparte stared at the LSA deputies present with a look of surprise and contempt. The parliament has passed the proposal. Prince Montfort emphasized again. So? Jerome Bonaparte asked back, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Does a legislative assembly have to implement it after passing it? They underestimate me too. What do you say? Said the Prince of Montfort to Jerome Bonaparte. Proposals without my approval are just waste. Jerome Bonaparte got up from his seat, and he said in a contemptuous tone, are they worthy of talking about the Constitution with me? Jerome Bonaparte's contempt for the Party of Order made the members of the LSE Palace put their hearts in their hearts, and they realized that whether the proposal of the Legislative Assembly can be successfully implemented depends not on the Legislative Assembly, but on President's will. How could the Party of Order, which holds the legislative power, be the opponent of the President, who holds the executive power after Jerome Bonaparte's appeasement? The members of the LSA Palace all relaxed and left. When Walewski, who had sent all the members away, went to the study again, he heard the angry voice of the president in the room at the door of the study. By a bastard. How dare he? How dare he? At this time, Jerome Bonaparte was no longer indifferent. Staying alone in the study, he yelled at Thiers and sent all the foul language he could think of to Thiers. Jerome Bonaparte, who had vented a bit, sat down again to think about the problem. After hearing that there was no movement in the room, Walewski, who was outside the door, dared to push the door open. Having adjusted his mentality, Jerome Bonaparte smiled again and asked kindly, send all the deputies home. Yeah. Walewski nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Now, you immediately go to the Ministry of War and tell the Minister of War Igno and Secretary of State Arnault to tell them not to be afraid of any parliament, and it will be business as usual. I will carry the rest, but remember that you must not be interesting to the parliament. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the most favorite thing for those is to put their noses on their faces. As long as they see that you are weak, they will bully you mercilessly. Stabilizing the Ministry of War is the most important thing. Rom Bonaparte immediately asked Walewski to convey this to the Ministry of War. The Party of Order competed with him for the command of the army, and the command of the army was inseparable from the Ministry of War. As long as the Ministry of War is not chaotic, reading www.ukanshu, the Party of Order would have no chance. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of county officials and current management. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, Walewski said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte and quickly got into the carriage and went to the War Department. When Walewski entered the hall of the War Department, he could clearly feel the commotion inside the War Department, and the last time he came to the War Department, it seems that the proposal of the Legislative Assembly has been passed on Ministry of War. Walewski didn't have time to pay attention to them, but went straight to the minister's office. Walewski, who entered the minister's office, saw Minister of War Igno, Secretary of State St. Arnault, Director of Logistics Neil, Director of Personnel Lendl, and Director of Military Affairs Langdon. These generals who constituted the basic functions of the Ministry of War gathered together. It seemed like they were discussing something. Secretary, Walewski, you are here. Minister Reynolds hurriedly got up to meet Walewski. Mr. Minister, I believe you should have received the news too. Walewski said to Reno with a serious expression. Riegno nodded and said, we are here for this very thing. Are there any instructions from the president? The president asked me to tell you. Walewski's confident and majestic voice conveyed to them, the War Department is business as usual, do what you want to do. If there is any problem, the president will carry it for you. No need weakness to parliament. And to stabilize the War Department. After Jerome Bonaparte's words were conveyed to the members of the War Department through the mouth of Walewski, the ministers and subordinate directors expressed that they must protect the War Department for the president and would not allow the party of order to take advantage of it. Like to make France great again. Please collect it. Make France great again update the fastest. Chapter 237. Hearing. This is a declaration of war. Make France great again https. July 31, 1850. On the second day after the proposal of the establishment of direct troops in Parliament was passed, the Minister of War, Reno, convened a special parliament at the Ministry of War. Minister Reno, who presided over the meeting, did not directly express his views on the troops directly under the parliament, but issued an order to all members of the War Department. From now on, all orders involving the transfer of troops need to be signed by Minister Riegno and Secretary of State St. Arnault before they can act, otherwise it will be regarded as a betrayal of the motherland. All troops and members who are transferred without authorization will be severely punished. During the meeting, Minister Reno patted the long conference table hard and once again emphasized in his rough voice, from now on, any transfer of more than 20 people must go through me and Secretary St. Arnault agree, or you will wait for court-martial. Don't shake me. Don't think I can't catch you. I will see you all the time. St. Arnault, who has been playing the black face all the time, took Minister Reno's words and continued. How dare the members of the War Department, who were tamed by Reno and St. Arnault, dare to do anything in private? They were originally panicked by the threat of Minister Reno and Secretary St. Arnault to calm the commotion. After the meeting, a certain issue concerning the movement of troops was passed from the War Department to the regular army units in the suburbs of Paris. The 2nd and 3rd Brigades under Bonapartist control announced that they would follow the orders of the Ministry of War, and the commanders of the National Guard Corps also chose to follow the orders of the Ministry of War. Brigadier General Normand of the 1st Paris Brigade also closely followed their pace. As for Changarnier, who had broken up with Jerome Bonaparte before, after this order was issued, he also kept a silent attitude. The actions of the Ministry of War and the army completely ignored the proposal of the Legislative Assembly. Minister Reynolds and St. Arnault had decided that the power of the general should be firmly in the hands of the Bonapartists. On August 1st, the Legislative Assembly officially adjourned. Although the Legislative Assembly has been adjourned in order to maintain the normal operation of the Parliament and also to urge the Ministry of War to establish a force directly under the Parliament as soon as possible. Thiers set up a standing committee during the adjournment and selected some members to stay on duty in the Parliament. The MP. Of course, this committee prepared for adjournment still does not have the LSA faction, the Republican faction, the Mountain faction, and the members of the Orthodox faction and the Orleans faction occupy the power of the committee. On August 6th, Jerome Bonaparte, President of the French Republic, went to Normandy for a tour. Members of the Standing Committee went to the War Department during Jerome Bonaparte's tour, hoping to use the authority of the Legislative Assembly to overwhelm the War Department and make the War Department submit to the Legislative Assembly while the President was away. On August 10th, the Standing Committee submitted an inquiry to Minister Reno, and the inquiry period was set for the afternoon of the 11th. Minister Reno, who was questioned by the Parliament, showed a rather disdainful expression on his face. In his heart, the Legislative Assembly was just a gathering place for a group of frivolous people, and the Ministry of War would be subject to these guys unless Reno was arrested. Removed. Just when Reno was about to throw the so-called question sheet out of the window, General St. Arnault, Secretary of State, came to Minister Reno's office. Minister, I heard that the Standing Committee of the Legislative Assembly asked you to question. St. Arnault asked Minister Reno. That's right. Minister Reno nodded, with an annoyed expression on his face. These rats in the gutter will only do some things behind their backs. Isn't this a member of Parliament? St. Arnold shrugged and suggested, Minister, if you are not willing to accept the question, then I can go there instead of you. You? Minister Reno looked at St. Arnold and joked, you're not going to beat them up. This is not possible. St. Arnold said with a smile, I'm really afraid that I can't help but tell them to beat them at the questioning meeting. If the French army follows their method, there will be a big problem. That's right. Minister Reno nodded and agreed with empathy. More than 700 people, more than 700 minds. The most important thing is that these people's minds are not consistent. If the army wants to serve more than 700 minds at the same time, it has to be these guys are going crazy. St. Arnold continued, instead of serving more than 700 minds, it is better to serve only one person. The president is the emperor's nephew, and he is destined to lead us to victory. What are those guys? A bunch of rubbish. After Reno and St. Arnold reached an agreement, St. Arnold went to the Legislative Assembly on behalf of Minister Reno to be questioned August 11th at 3 am. This time was the hottest time of the day, and a carriage set off from the Ministry of War and soon came to the Bourbon Palace under the scorching sun. The carriage stopped in the shade of the Bourbon Palace, and St. Arnold in military uniform got down from the carriage. The face of St. Arnaud, who came down from the carriage, seemed to have been washed with water. Sweat kept flowing down from St. Arnold's forehead. Now, his whole body was filled with a sticky feeling, and the white inner shirt had long been soaked in sweat. In such hot weather, St. Arnold's heart was even more annoyed, and he desperately wanted to give the group of councillors a slap in the face. St. Arnold, who entered the Bourbon Palace, soon came to the hall of the National Assembly. The nearly 100 members of the Standing Committee who are responsible for staying in the Legislative Assembly all sat on the parliamentary seats. Speaker Durbin also did not leave during the recess. He sat on the rostrum to preside over the so-called question. As soon as St. Arnold came in, he was watched by all the councillors. These councillors were sitting upright and staring straight at St. Arnold. They didn't speak or move. St. Arnold understood that this was the dismissal given to him by the councillors, and he hoped to use this method to make St. Arnold submit point for the method of the congressman. St. Arnold was very disdainful in his heart. He had already experienced many battles in North Africa, let alone facing these invulnerable parliamentarians. Even if he encountered a large number of Berber guerrillas, he could still deal with it with a normal attitude. These guys are far less capable of fighting than those in North Africa. Street. Arnold, who was not crushed by the silent pressure, walked through the corridor of the Legislative Assembly like a stroll, looking left and right from time to time. Upon seeing this, Speaker Durbin tapped the wooden palm in his hand and said arrogantly and bluntly, General St. Arnaud, you are already late. Now please go to your place immediately and accept the questioning of the parliament. Late. General St. Arnold glanced at Speaker Durbin, the corners of his mouth raised slightly as if mocking him. How do I remember that the questioning started at 3:30? Now, General St. Arnold took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time, as if no one was beside him. It's 3:28. There are still 2 minutes to go. Get to your place quickly. The Legislative Assembly is not a place you can desecrate. Speaker Durbin's attitude was still stiff, but this time he raised his voice, as if to set off the majesty of the Legislative Assembly. Got it? St. Arnold didn't take it seriously at the roar of Speaker Durbin, and even couldn't help but concern. Mr. Speaker, I hope you can protect your voice. After speaking, St. Arnold arrived at the hearing seat. The seat of the hearing is the same as that of the podium, both of which need to turn their backs to Speaker Durbin on the podium and face the MPs directly. Sometimes, in order to have a psychological impact on the ministers who are hearing, so that the ministers say some inappropriate words, the speaker behind the ministers can also suddenly say a sentence. At 3:30, the questioning begins. General St. Arnaud, why didn't the Ministry of War execute the order of the Parliament? Why didn't Minister Reno come? At the beginning of the meeting, Speaker Durbin behind St. Arnold roared at St. Arnold. This sound was like a violent storm, and attacked St. Arnaud. The roar of Speaker Durbin did not shake St. Arnold. St. Arnold looked at the standing committee member directly opposite him with contempt and said, Minister Reynolds was ill this morning. Riyadh 1com. So he appointed me to represent him in this questioning session. General St. Arnaud, can you guarantee that you will be responsible for everything you say? Are you capable of shouldering the responsibility of the Ministry of War? Speaker Durbin questioned Saint Arnaud again, who was trying to defeat Saint Arnault. Arnault's line of defense: I have the ability. Saint Arnault said unswervingly, the minister has delegated this inquiry to me with full authority. Okay. Speaker Durbin's tone seemed to calm down, but the next second, he resumed his roaring like a storm. Then let me ask you, why hasn't the Ministry of War implemented the Parliament's proposal? We are considering it. General Saint Arnaud said lightly. I asked why you didn't implement it. Speaker Durbin seemed a little annoyed. I said it. We are considering which troop should be sent to carry out the order, and which troop should be stationed. This will take time to study. Our research needs. Saint Arnault said calmly. Political line step 2. We should probably act. We are researching. I asked you to execute it, not to ask you to study it and execute it. The speaker interrupted Saint Arnaud. Mr. Speaker, you don't understand the army at all. General Saint Arnaud's tone also became tougher. Do you know how much trouble reckless execution will cause the army? You are destroying the shield that protects France. Our material personnel transfer and equipment transfer will become a mess, because of which one stupid execution is executed immediately. If the army is in chaos, who will protect the country? Like to make France great again. Please collect it. Make France great again. Update the fastest. Chapter 239. Lone Army. Make France great again. https:// This is not something you have to consider. You just have to choose to execute. If the losses are accomplished, all the consequences will be borne by the Legislative Assembly. After. Speaker Durbin did not fall into the trap of Saint Arnaud's words. He roared and emphasized that Saint Arnaud carried out the order. I'm sorry. I'm a soldier. My mission is to protect France from harm. I respect the spirit of the rule of law in the Republic, as well as the Legislative Assembly. But, Street. Arnault first used peaceful language to show the enemy's weakness, and then suddenly roared, I will never allow laymen to point fingers at the military. We respect the Legislative Assembly, and we also hope that the Legislative Assembly will continue to respect it appropriately. Street. Arnault paused for a moment, turned his body, and said with a contemptuous smile on the corner of Speaker Durbin's mouth, if members of the Legislative Assembly really need protection, then me and the Minister and all colleagues in the Ministry of War can do our best to protect the legislation. Parliament, a company, a battalion, a regiment, a brigade. We can all mobilize, and we can even send troops to surround the Parliament outside the Parliament. Is the Legislative Assembly satisfied? Street. Arnault's answer was no longer a question from the Legislative Assembly to the Ministry of War, but a threat of war issued by the Ministry of War to the Legislative Assembly. The hideous expression on Saint Arnaud's dark face seemed to say, if the Legislative Assembly continues to offend the army, then the army should consider disbanding the Legislative Assembly. Whether it was Speaker Durbin on the rostrum, or the members of the standing committee below the stage, they all showed expressions of consternation with a hint of fear. Up until now, Speaker Durbin, who was already in a difficult position to ride a tiger, could only hold on to his face, knocking his wooden hammer with all his might, and said coldly, can I think so? You and your minister do not want to strictly implement the Parliament's orders? No. Saint Arnault shrugged his hands and turned to show an innocent expression. The Ministry of War is not willing to disobey the resolution of the Legislative Assembly. We just need some time to study the mobilization and deployment of troops. How long does it take? Speaker Durbin's voice was still stiff and indifferent. 1 month? Half a year? Or a year or two? Saint Arnault's expression became mild and humble, but his tone was like a joke. This depends on when the War Department can complete the plan. We are not like you, members of the Legislative Assembly. All you need to do is sit here all day and raise the small card in front of you, and then put it down. You only need to lift and put down these 2 steps, and we will do the specific work. The current Saint Arnault has completely despised these congressmen who are united in appearance, but are really scheming on the inside. They will only huddle in the Legislative Assembly to establish a law that has a law, and they do not dare to confront the Ministry of War with real swords. They forgot that the enforcers of the laws they established were them, thousands of French civil servants. Mr. Saint Arnault, it seems that you are not up to the job. Speaker Durbin threatened St. Arnold. It's not just you. We suspect that your minister and the entire cabinet may not be up to the job. Don't forget, the Legislative Assembly has the right to say that you are all dismissed. After St. Arnold bowed slightly to Speaker Durbin on the rostrum, he said politely, "Mr. Speaker, this is the power of the Legislative Assembly. If you think I'm incompetent, you can dismiss me." Street. Arnold's attitude of not being afraid of threats made President Durbin unable to do anything. According to the laws of the Second Republic, as long as the President Durbin can unite the members of the Legislative Assembly, he really has the ability to dissolve the cabinet like Jerome Bonaparte. But the power of Speaker Durbin is only to dissolve the cabinet. The power to appoint the cabinet is naturally in the hands of President Jerome Bonaparte, which means that the Legislative Assembly has just dismissed the Ministry of War, and Jerome Bonaparte can completely turn the dismissal members were hired. Not to mention that the Legislative Assembly's thinking is not unified. It is okay to expect them to be consistent once or twice, but it is obviously not a possibility to expect them to be consistent with the president all the time. Everyone's interests are different, which makes it impossible for them to fight with the president over and over again. In the face of St. Arnold, who was as meaty as a hob, Speaker Durbin and members of the Standing Committee did not know what method to use. Seeing that Speaker Durbin and the members of the Standing Committee were all silent, St. Arnold yawned lazily and stretched his waist. "Mr. Speaker, is the questioning session over? If there is nothing else, I will leave. It's gone." After finishing speaking, St. Arnold did not seek the approval of Speaker Durbin and the members of the Standing Committee, and took the initiative to walk down the stairs from the podium to the corridor on the right side of the Legislative Assembly, which was paved with a big red Persian carpet. "Who told you to leave?" Speaker Durbin, who reacted loudly, reprimanded St. Arnaud and struck the wooden hammer. Hearing the sound of the wooden hammer on the rostrum, St. Arnaud stopped, turned his head to look at Speaker Durbin and said, "Mr. Speaker, I think I have done my job well. The rest will be left to you. The National Assembly speaks for itself. Isn't your favorite thing to do these useless things?" St. Arnaud mocked Speaker Durbin and the members of the Standing Committee recklessly. In this inquiry meeting, St. Arnaud seemed to be in order to set off the clowning behavior of Speaker Durbin and the members. "The guards will catch him for me and then expel him." Speaker Durbin, who was so mad, loudly ordered the congressman to arrest St. Arnold and expel him from the Legislative Assembly. The two guards in charge of guarding the corridor came to St. Arnold with a bitter face after hearing the call of Speaker Durbin, but they did not do anything and looked at St. Arnold with apologetic expressions. "You don't have to do it," St. Arnaud said with a rebellious expression. Followed by two guards, St. Arnaud left the Legislative Assembly. Shortly after St. Arnaud left the Legislative Assembly, Speaker Durbin, who had recovered, knocked on the wooden palm in his hand again, announced the dissolution of the inquiry meeting to the members present. The next day, the Paris Gazette recorded the entire process of the hearing in detail. They pointed the core of all contradictions to St. Arnold and the Ministry of War's disobedience and contempt for the Legislative Assembly. The Gazette, the royal newspaper of the Orleans faction. The articles published in the newspapers are mostly comments from the left-wing royal faction and speeches by the leaders of the Party of Order in the Legislative Assembly. This time, the Gazette attempted to use the public opinion in Paris to force the president to dismiss Riegnaud and St. Arnold from the War Department. But the members of the Party of Order seem to have forgotten that the dominance of public opinion in the whole of Paris rests in the hands of the Bonapartists. Almost on the same day as the newspaper haircut, a group of masses dressed in various costumes and worn felt hats got tangled together, and armed with long guns and short sticks, they broke into the Gazette in the name of Debt Collection Base Camp, and then indiscriminately beat members of the Gazette. The reporter and editor-in-chief of the Gazette never thought of such a situation. They wanted to give a just reprimand to these blind rogues, and then they resisted, and they were beaten even more severely by the gangsters. Many articles were torn to shreds, and the printing press was also violently damaged. After some Gazette gentlemen secretly went to the nearby police station to tell the police what happened inside the Gazette, they were ejected by the police on the grounds that they were only administrative police, urban management law enforcement brigade, without law enforcement power, and then advised them to look for armed police. When the Gazette reporter found the armed police and came to the newspaper office, the interior of the newspaper office had already been damaged beyond recognition. The blind streamer who stayed at the Gazette also pointed at his bruised face, caused by the counterattack of the Gazette reporter, crying to the police about the news of the Gazette's beating. All members of the Gazette were imprisoned in the family in the name of disability caused by fighting. After this news alerted Thiers and Barrow in Rupavalti, Odilon Barrow was in charge of negotiating with the police and rescued all the staff of the Gazette from the police station Riyadh1.com in during the arrest of the Gazette. The Bonaparte also carried out a counterattack against the Gazette. The article exposed the conspiracy of the Legislative Assembly's vain attempt to divide the army and make France powerless to face foreign invasion, and instilled the idea of the division of military power into the civil war in Paris to the citizens of Paris. For the civil war 2 years ago is still vivid. The citizens of Paris do not want to experience the civil war again. Under the leadership of certain people in the literary world, the citizens of Paris have voiced their voices calling for the Legislative Assembly should stop the act of dividing the army. Subsequently, the Observer, which has been silent, also made its voice at this time. It called on the citizens of Paris to unite and actively express their voice. An option of prosperity and order or chaos and the rule of law appeared in the newspapers. The reporter of Observer actively conducted visits and investigations. After several days of investigation, it was concluded that the citizens of Paris prefer prosperity and order to chaos and the rule of law. The Observer sincerely hopes that the Legislative Assembly will have the courage to admit its mistakes. Prosperity and order are the actions that the Republic needs most now. Every good Frenchman should act for prosperity and order. Sitting in Pire Speaker Durban, who was reading the content of the Observer on the sofa of the mansion on T Street, turned a pig's liver and yelled, "Shit article, that fellow Napoleon is better at mobilizing public opinion in Paris than we are." Thiers showed no anger at all, and his words even showed a little more appreciation. Like to make France great again. Please collect it. Make France great again. Update the fastest. Chapter 240. To comments on Bonaparte. Make France great again. https:// What should we do now? Let this unfavorable public opinion continue to ferment. Speaker Durban put down the newspaper and raised his head, questioning Thiers in a slightly reproachful tone. It was obvious that the guy in front of him was the one who started all this, but he hung up like no one else. Mr. Durban. Thiers replied with a smile in the face of President Durban's complaints. I didn't expect to be able to seize power by such means. I just wanted to find something for Napoleon to do. The flames are about to burn on our heads now. President Durban responded to Thiers. Then just kill the signs. Thiers said casually, is that the case? Speaker Durban seemed a little unwilling to accept this reality, and he shouted in surprise. After spending so much experience, they deliberately chose the time when Jerome Bonaparte left, called Saint Arnauld out to question them, and was mocked by a **** for no reason, and that's it? Thiers did not answer Durban immediately. He got up and sat down in front of the potted plant near the windowsill, while patiently trimming the potted plant with scissors with his back to Speaker Durban. He said indifferently, Mr. Durban, what are you going to do? Recall Saint Arnauld? Or the War Department? Or the Prime Minister Oppel? We can't just sit still. Looking at Thiers with a leisurely face, Speaker Durban didn't get angry. He also got up and came to Thiers and raised his voice. Mr. Durban, we are not sitting still. Thiers glanced at Durban out of the corner of his eye and then continued to trim the potted plants. At least we have figured out the attitude of the army. The attitude of the army? Speaker Durban looked at Thiers in confusion. Thiers put down the scissors and gently fiddled with the potted plant. Just think about why the Ministry of War issued that order when the proposal was passed. Why did he always acquiesce to General Jerome Bonaparte Changanier? That order, after Thiers' reminder, Speaker Durban remembered the order signed by the Ministry of War, that the Secretary of State and the Minister of War must sign in person before action can take place, and he asked curiously, is there any necessary connection between the two? Commander Changanier came here some time ago and criticized our conduct. Thiers' face stopped smiling and turned serious. He told me that now the army is not interested in what we want. The move to create direct troops is a protest. They don't like it. How dare those bastards? Speaker Durban, who has experienced civil service politics for nearly 30 years, couldn't help but say, even in the Bourbon dynasty, they were still high-ranking people who assisted the monarch in ruling France. What kind of upstart generals were those who were not the old aristocrats, Mr. Durbin? They have the confidence to do this because behind them is Jerome Bonaparte. Thiers responded with a sullen face to Speaker Durbin. Jerome Bonaparte is their interest spokesman. He is also keen to take up the position. Speaker Durbin did not refute. Members of the Legislative Assembly who do not know the President's protection of the military, the army, will not allow the formation of organizational divisions. Even if Changanier is close to us, he has to accept the order of the Ministry of War. From a procedural point of view, there is nothing wrong with this order. Thiers said procedurally. When he said the two words, the corners of his mouth showed a self-deprecating mouth point. If they hadn't given the president too much power, they wouldn't have gotten to this point now. As long as Changanier did not choose to openly rebel against the Republic, he must obey the orders of the Ministry of War. That's the shackles that programs bring them. Then, what should we do now? Speaker Durbin asked Thiers unwillingly. Wait, said Thiers softly. What are you waiting for? Speaker Durbin looked at Thiers in confusion. When we are united. Thiers responded to Speaker Durbin with a wry smile. Whenever our parties and goals are agreed, when will we be able to counterattack Jerome Bonaparte? What if we still can't reach an agreement? Speaker Durbin couldn't help but ask. Thiers glanced at Speaker Durbin again, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At that time, I'm afraid that our party will fall apart. Break apart? Speaker Durbin, apparently taken aback by Thiers' words, could not help but take a small step back. That's right. Thiers nodded and continued to pick up the scissors to trim. Our party is something that is tightly needed. If the two monarchs cannot reach an agreement, then our party will also face division. If a certain monarch makes some untimely remarks, our party will be completely divided. If that time comes, what shall we do? Asked Thiers worriedly. At that time, we can donate, and we can also join the opposite side. Thiers gave the answer to Speaker Durbin. Then, Monsieur Thiers, are you ready to? President Durbin looked at Thiers. Thiers' mouth showed a sinister smile, and he said decisively, I will never join them. If one day we really have to fail, I will choose to temporarily leave the political arena and hibernate to wait for the parliament. Mr. Durbin, France has sent away 3 dynasties. Do you really think that someone can build an eternal dynasty? Speaker Durbin subconsciously shook his head. Thiers nodded with satisfaction. As long as I can live long enough, then I can witness his collapse. At that time, we will clean up the mess. I understand. Speaker Durbin expressed his understanding point in an effort to quell public opinion in Paris. The Legislative Assembly issued a barrage of announcements over the next few days. The announcement stated, the Legislative Assembly is the assembly of the entire French people, and it will never do anything against the will of the entire French people. In view of the report of the Ministry of War and the recent visit and investigation of the army by the Legislative Assembly, the Legislative Assembly decided to follow the advice of the Ministry of War, delaying the establishment of the Legislative Assembly directly under the troops. In order to save a little face for itself, the Legislative Assembly also specially emphasized at the end that the Legislative Assembly did not recommend the direct troops, but postponed the establishment. Tensions in Paris gradually dissipated after the announcement of the Legislative Assembly, and many newspapers, including The Observer, Bonaparte, and Havas News Agency, gave pertinent praise for the Legislative Assembly's obedience to public opinion. Of course, there are praises and criticisms. Most of the critics are concentrated overseas, especially Britain, the pioneer of milk law on the other side of the strait. **** From Britain, crossed the English Channel across the ocean, and appeared in a group of study rooms in downtown Rouen Point. Rouen, an important city in Normandy, where the textile and luxury goods industries are developed, is also one of the cities with the highest economic strength in France. Raw silk from abroad enters Rouen after being processed and sold to Paris, and luxury goods in Paris are also sold abroad through Rouen Point. It can be said that Rouen's excellent geographical location allows it to assume the responsibility of a transit station, allowing the city to continue to prosper. However, with the outbreak of the economic and food crisis that swept Europe in 1848, Rouen, once a transit center, was also greatly affected. Bankruptcy and unemployment became the main theme of the Rouen region in 1848, and the riots of unemployed workers and poor people followed. However, some are old almanacs from 2 years ago. Rouen, who had survived the pain, was driven by the iron tonic forcibly injected by Jerome Bonaparte. Countless coals entered Paris from the mouth of the Seine River in Rouen, and Rouen's economy began to recover gradually, according to the recent news from the French Telegraph. The French Republic has presented another absurd drama for the people of Europe. Place where the play takes place is at the Palais Bourbon. The reason for this farce is that the Legislative Assembly wants to create an army of its own. As an organization that holds the highest power in France, the Legislative Assembly has the power to formulate and amend laws in France. Every law passed by the Legislative Assembly should be accepted by anyone and any department. The parliament had a closed door at the Ministry of War. Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte, the spokesman chosen by the army, faithfully fulfilled his responsibilities, and he and his gang members continued to fight Empire signature swagger. Yes, he succeeded because his enemies were weaker than him. Those bourgeois who had used means to suppress Paris had become weaker at this time in order to win over the people. The clowns of the Party of Order and Bonaparte put on the mask of the people, claiming to lead the people forward. Whenever the people really followed them, they found the old feudal coat of arms on their hips. Jerome Bonaparte's rhetoric in the Sartori region will never be empty words. These shameless gangs will impose their own ideas of peace on all European countries and peoples, until their self-destruction is the only way to stop. Perhaps because it is more profitable to write about France, Dr. Karl Marx, who is busy with his livelihood, began to write philosophical manuscripts while still criticizing France with a pungent prose. He criticized the Legislative Assembly and even more criticized Jerome Bonaparte. Ha ha ha. Rouen's Jerome Bonaparte smiled. Those who didn't know it would subconsciously think that the content in the newspaper was a compliment to him. Just when Jerome Bonaparte was laughing wildly, there was a knock on the door, and Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly restrained his smile and said, "Please come in." Walewski entered the room and reported to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Excellency, Emile Perel wants to meet you. Like to make France great again. Please collect it. Make France great again. Update the fastest." Chapter 241. Harvest French Leagues. Make France Great Again. https:// Jerome Bonaparte stared at Walewski for a while and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Emile Perel? Shouldn't he be in Paris? How did you get here? Could it be that something big happened to Emile Perel at the Industrial Bank? It shouldn't be. Jerome Bonaparte believed that if there was a real problem with the operation of Societe Generale, his eyesight at Societe Generale would surely pass on the information to him as soon as possible. The gold mining in California is the second priority. In the coup d'etat, the French capital will usher in the sniping of the capital of the New World if it is not careful. Jerome Bonaparte raised his head suspiciously. A pair of grey blue eyes stared at Walewski for a moment, then nodded and said in his usual tone, "Understood. Let Mr. Emile come in." Yes. Walewski invited Emile Perel into the study at Jerome Bonaparte's order. Watching the back of Walewski leaving, Jerome Bonaparte got up from the blue velvet cushioned chair, stepped on the Persian red carpet laid on the ground, and sat on the couch with upholstered armrests and waited the arrival of Emile Perel. Not long after, Walewski led Societe Generale President Emile Perel to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty." Emile Perel, wearing a pure black suit, a top hat, and a briefcase made of cowhide under his arm, took off his hat and bowed politely to Jerome Bonaparte. Then he said, "Please forgive me for visiting you while you were on vacation. Sit down and talk, Monsieur Emile." Jerome Bonaparte smiled and patted the white velvet cushion beside him with his right hand, signaling Emile Perel to sit down. "Yes." Emile Perel nodded, and Walewski, who was standing beside Emile Perel, helped Emile Perel put the top hat on the shelf. When Emile Perel was sitting upright on the sofa opposite Jerome Bonaparte and was about to speak, Jerome Bonaparte's voice came to his ear from Emile Perel. "Mr. Walewski, to coffers." Jerome Bonaparte was fond of calling Walewski his cousin only in private places, of course. Sometimes it is inevitable to be called a jerk. Yes. Valuski, who placed Emile Perel's top hat on the shelf, responded quickly, and then left the study with steady steps. Your Majesty, this is not necessary. Emile Perel showed a submissive expression to Jerome Bonaparte's courtesy. It's nothing. Jerome Bonaparte showed a well-deserved expression, and soon he got to the point. Mr. Emile, I don't know what you have to do with me today. Emile Perel opened the briefcase, and Jerome Bonaparte looked at Emile Perel's briefcase curiously, because the distance between Jerome Bonaparte and Emile Perel was very long. Nearly, Jerome Bonaparte faintly sought a sealed document in the briefcase. Your Majesty, this is the iron mine procurement plan and blast furnace complaint use plan and Nancy. Emile Perel handed the sealing plan to Jerome Bonaparte and said, these are all mine. Brother Isaac Perelto, I handed it over to you, since Jerome Bonaparte and Eugen Schneider and Emile Perel have talked successively at the Elysee Palace in 1849. Emile Perel's younger brother Isaac Perel and Eugen Schneider started construction of the steel industry in Nancy and Strasbourg points due to the deep-rooted German land nobility of Alsace and Lorraine. His plans did not go as smoothly as planned. But overall it's pretty decent. Jerome Bonaparte took the plan and put it aside and said, I don't want to know the specific data, I just want to know how far the Nancy region has come. Your Majesty, I have reached an agreement with the vast majority of iron ore owners in the Lorraine region, and they will supply us with iron ore. The blast furnace is expected to be fully put into use by the end of this year. Emile Perel explained one by one. Jerome Bonaparte doubts. After listening to Emile Perel's words, Jerome Bonaparte shook his head slightly and replied, that's not enough. It's just not enough for the Lorraine region to cooperate with us. I need you to organize them and establish the private iron ore joint organization. At that time, the official also has an excuse to intervene. After thinking for a moment, Emile Perel tentatively asked, Your Majesty, is it like the previous North Industries Group? That's right. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said to Emile Perel, we must firmly grasp the pricing power of iron ore in our hands. Because France is a country that lacks coal, and iron ore is on the front line, the price of iron ore in Lorraine is far higher than that in Prussia. This is still the price after the government has slightly regulated it. If no restrictions are imposed, the iron ore in the Lorraine area is bound to further reduce the profits of the industry. By that time, I'm afraid that no capitalist will be willing to put a lot of money into industry. Only like the United Fruit Company manufactured by the United States and Central America in later generations controls the price of fruits in Central America. He also controls the price of iron ore in France, making the capital profitable so as to drive the circulation. The only difference is that the power of the United Fruit Company comes from the shareholders, and the power of the Iron Ore Federation can only come from the president. The power of the former is not at all as strong as that of the latter. Yes, Your Majesty, Emile Perel responded. At this moment, Waluski was carrying a silver tray on which stood a steaming coffee pot and 2 coffee cups with carved blue and white decorations. Waluski placed the coffee pot and coffee cup on the mahogany square table in front of them, and after making a cup of coffee for Jerome Bonaparte and Emile Perel respectively, he stood dignifiedly by the sofa and waited. Jerome Bonaparte calling the shots. Jerome Bonaparte picked up the steaming coffee cup, took a sip, and then asked, Mr. Emile, is there anything else? You can say it together. That's it. Emile Perel took out a document from the briefcase again. This is the income and expenditure of the Industrial Bank, and the progress of our gold mine in the United States. Touching the material in his hand, that was half the thickness of the later language textbook, a look of boredom flashed across Jerome Bonaparte's face. He didn't need so-called data, he needed Emile Perel. Explain to him what happened. Mr. Emile, do you need any help in the American mining area? Jerome Bonaparte asked Emile Perel directly. That's right. Our manpower in the mining area has been decreasing day by day, and many Germans are reluctant to work for us. Emile Perel continued to Jerome Bonaparte with a low and weak I thought. Said, because the content of sand in the mining area there is not low, it needs a lot of manpower. So I hope to get some people from France to go to California to mine. Lack of manpower. Jerome Bonaparte got up and paced the meeting, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking his head, and muttering that the Emile Perel police department knew how to speak. With Emile Perel's slightly apprehensive expression, Jerome Bonaparte finally stopped. he turned his attention to Emile Perel and asked with a serious expression, "How many people are needed, Jerome?" Bonaparte's inquiry made Emile Perel's hanging heart finally fell. He hurriedly said to Jerome Bonaparte, "It will take nearly 1,000 people. More than 1,000 people." Jerome Bonaparte's expression changed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "This is not a small number. If there is no trouble, there will be a scandal." If Jerome Bonaparte had a choice, he would have sent a group of prisoners to California in the name of redemption. But once he does, he may face all kinds of scandals. The opposition will criticize him for trying to restore slavery, and may even involve the emperor by reference to scriptures. "We have to be gentle," Jerome Bonaparte said to himself. At this moment, an aura flashed in Jerome Bonaparte's mind. He suddenly thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. "We can issue lottery tickets," Jerome Bonaparte said to Emile Perel. "The name of the lottery tickets can be called gold bar tickets, and each ticket is priced at 1 franc. We can claim that anyone who buys a lottery ticket, everyone in the world, can have the opportunity to go to the new world, and then part of the funds will be used to build cités ouvrières, workers' villages, so that we can avoid the lottery risks, while sending some of our dream gold diggers to the new world. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" According to the Constitution of the Second Republic, no lottery can be issued by anyone other than a lottery for relief purposes. "You're right," Emile Perel said complimentingly. It's not that he didn't think about using the lottery to attract French people to the new world, but the issuance of the lottery requires the consent of the president. There are many opportunities to make a fortune in the new world. I hope they can cherish it. Jerome Bonaparte sat down again and said, "That's right. I believe they will be grateful for your kindness." Emile Perel echoed. The two who used lottery tickets to fool the proletarians to the new world tacitly ignored the mortality rate in the western part of the new world. After all, anything could happen unexpectedly in the 19th century, and maybe they could make a breakthrough in the new world. The gold bullion lottery plan was drawn up by Jerome Bonaparte and Emile Perel, and took 2 days to complete. Like to make France great again? Please collect it. Make France great again. Update the fastest. Chapter 242. The end of an era. Make France great again. https August 20, 1850. The gold bar lottery, known as the white slave trade by later generations, was sold in Paris, Rouen, Lyon, Strasbourg, Nancy and other big cities one after another. The whole lottery has a pink theme, with a string of winning numbers and a line of slogans on the front. The slogan reads, "Give me a franc, and give you a dream." The back is printed with a bust of Emperor Napoleon and a slogan in the lower right corner. A line of small characters. All the income from the lottery will be used to build a workers' village in the form of charity. Once the lottery ticket was released, it was unanimously sought after by all the rogue proletarians in France. This group of rogue proletarians who were trying to get rich took out their only money to buy lottery tickets. In less than 4 days, nearly 3 million lottery tickets were emptied, and the printing house had to work overtime. Since the second edition was printed at night, compared to the first edition, the workmanship and attentiveness were far worse, so that there were many errors in the repetition of numbers. The second version of the lottery reappeared at booths 6 days later, joined by more rogue proletarians who wanted to get rich. Not only the rogue proletarians, but even some workers who follow the concept of thrift and housekeeping can't bear the low prices and their own gold rush dreams, and they also spend money to play a game. The second edition of the 4 million lottery ticket also sold out in more than a week. After 2 rounds of frenzy, the lottery players finally calmed down. However, the gold bar lottery won nearly 5 million lottery tickets again in the next half-month lottery. In the end, more than 3,000 lucky people were selected to go to California to realize their gold rush dreams. The reason why there are so many people is due to printing errors. Excluding the 2 components of printing and major offline and the expenses for the lucky ones to go to France, the money that can go to Jerome Bonaparte is about 9 million francs. It's just that these are months away. At this time, he was carrying wine to the ball held by the mayor of Rouen. All the members of the ball were elites from the Rouen area, and they were also invited by the mayor of Rouen to participate in the ball. From one group to another, Jerome Bonaparte can become the focus of the group in an instant. He proudly declared to the members of the group that no one knows and loves the Republic better than he. Only a republic and universal suffrage can truly liberate France. And so on point at the same time, he proposed to toast the Republic from time to time, and the elites of Rouen always smiled knowingly, and they also toasted in a pleasing manner. After a glass of wine, the Rouen elite suggested to Jerome Bonaparte that tariffs on Britain should be raised so that France could become more competitive. Jerome Bonaparte is no stranger to the remarks that Rouen elites want to raise tariffs to develop a monopoly market. Since the establishment of absolute monarchy in France, there has been a tradition of raising tariffs to protect the local economy. Furthermore, the soil of French industry is also inseparable from the protection of industry. Although higher tariffs will make imported coal more expensive, it is still profitable in a near monopoly market. Jerome Bonaparte, slightly drunk, agreed to the request of the Rouen textile owner, and the textile owner frequently toasted Jerome Bonaparte with ecstasy. Surrounded by the crowd, Jerome Bonaparte returned to his residence in Rouen. Early the next morning, there was a hurried knock on the door to the bedroom. With a splitting headache, Jerome Bonaparte tried his best to open his eyes and buried his head on the pillow. He responded lazily, "Please come in, Your Excellency, from British intelligence." Walewski put the envelope beside Jerome Bonaparte's bed. "What's the content? Read it to me." The drowsy Jerome Bonaparte didn't want to open his eyes. He still asked Walewski with a lazy emphasis. Under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, Walewski opened the envelope and read the contents of the envelope aloud. "The former King of Orleans, Louis Philippe d'Orleans, is dying and has been diagnosed by many doctors. Issue a critical illness notice. Hope your majesty will know." The hazy Jerome Bonaparte instantly woke up. He opened his eyes and turned around and asked in a serious tone, "What? Say it again." Walewski read the contents of the envelope to Jerome Bonaparte again. "Okay." The news that Louis Philippe was critically ill made Jerome Bonaparte completely refreshed. "There is nothing more exciting than this news. I thought he could survive this summer, but I didn't expect to die so soon. God bless it." Jerome Bonaparte became somewhat unparalleled because of his excitement. "I thought something had changed." Yes. A trace of sadness flashed in Walewski's eyes, and he still maintained a respectful attitude towards the gentleman who lived in seclusion in Clermont. When he was in the Orleans dynasty, Louis Philippe helped him a lot. Good. Compared to Walewski's grief, Jerome Bonaparte's impression of Louis Philippe was not so good. In addition to being a contender for the throne with Louis Philippe, Jerome Bonaparte's himself brother also died indirectly at the hands of Louis Philippe. The hatred between Jerome Bonaparte and Louis Philippe can be described as inexorable. "Your Excellency, we think we should be more wary of the party of order." Walewski couldn't help but put forward his own suggestion to Jerome Bonaparte. "Why?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski. "Louis Philippe's obstacles are gone. Both the Orleanists and the Legitimists are willing to merge, as long as the monarchs of their two factions agree." Walewski gave Jerome Bonaparte a normal person's perspective analyze. "Why didn't the two monarchs break apart?" Jerome Bonaparte retorted. "Your Excellency, they are already facing a disadvantage, and it should not be possible for them to engage in internal struggles." Walewski said cautiously, "Cousin, you don't know the Count of Chambord. It's absolutely impossible for this guy to unite with the Orleans faction, believe me. After Louis Philippe died, the two factions will be completely divided." Jerome Bonaparte said categorically that he can't wait to see Orleanists and Legitimists having to fighting for various monarchs and classes, feudal hierarchy vs bourgeois monarchy. Just when Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski were discussing Louis Philippe at the castle of Rouen, Louis Philippe, who is located in the village of Clermont, a subordinate of London, was experiencing his own lantern tour. Since Britain is closer to the north than France, London is also nearly an hour behind Paris. As the hazy mist cleared over the village of Clermont, the warm and genial sunlight slowly rose and swept across every inch of the field. The green grassy fields and lush forests grow stronger after receiving the nourishment of the sun. The refreshing island breeze blows from the depths of the jungle, and the village reveals a thriving confidence everywhere. Point in this thriving country, there is only one villa, but a cloud of lingering melancholy hangs over it. Point according to the information learned by the farmer leaning on the scarecrow and the squire in the tavern, the owners of the villas are about to return to the embrace of God. Point in fact, just as Scianto said when chatting with the squire, there was a tense atmosphere on the second floor of the villa at this time. Cursing, but the source of all this came from a bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Point at this time, the bedroom was already full of gentlemen in neat suits, and their eyes were all focused on the old man lying on the bed with a white quilt covering his waist. He was the former King of Orleans, Louis Philippe. Louis Philippe closed his eyes, as if he was asleep, and beside him was an old woman with grey hair, who was Louis Philippe's wife, the former Queen of Orleans at this time. She was looking at Louis Philippe with tears in her eyes. According to the diagnosis of the royal doctor last night, Louis Philippe probably won't survive this noon. Today can be said to be the last day for Louis Philippe. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, they are all here. Count Morley, Monsieur Gizzard, Odilon Barrow, they are all here. Open your eyes. Your Majesty. The old woman called Louis Philippe's name softly. She hoped to wake Louis Philippe with a familiar name to Louis Philippe. The terminally ill Louis Philippe seemed to have heard the Queen's cry. His consciousness fell into chaos, and he desperately tried to open his eyes. A light seemed to appear in Louis Philippe's consciousness. Louis Philippe moved forward in the direction, guided by the light. When the road came to an end, a hazy voice reached Louis Philippe's ear. You reading www. Can't you come, my child? You still have something to explain. Go back first. The voice was so familiar, yet so unfamiliar Louis Philippe couldn't remember whose voice for a while. He followed the voice's guidance. I want to go back. Louis Philippe's lips moved slightly, and the old woman who had been crying exclaimed, Your Majesty, are you awake? Are you alright? Louis Philippe opened his eyes again, and observed everyone present with those turbid eyes. Then the corners of Louis Philippe's mouth continued to wriggle, using his expression to see that Louis Philippe seemed to have exhausted all his history. The Queen lay beside Louis Philippe's ear. Let Paris, Earl, come over. The Queen hurriedly greeted everyone to make way for the Count of Paris. At this time, the Count of Paris, who was only 12 years old, looked at his grandfather lying on the bed with tears in his eyes. Louis Philippe stretched out his hand to touch the head of the Count of Paris, but found that he had no strength to touch it at all. The Queen hurriedly stretched the hand of the Count of Paris into Louis Philippe's hand. Louis Philippe showed a relieved smile and said intermittently, I did not give you a complete throne. I hope to use my death to put you back on the throne. Afterwards, Louis Philippe sat up, as if using all his strength. His pale face returned to its normal state, and everyone present knew that this was just a flashback, and they listened carefully to Louis Philippe's last words. Mr. Morley, M. Barrow, please take me to the Count of Chambord to say that I'm very sorry for the act of usurping the throne. Like to make France great again. Please collect it. Make France great again. Update the fastest. Chapter 243, Reaction. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Louis Philippe, the king, was declared dead the moment he left Paris. Now Louis Philippe died as an ordinary father and grandfather. He is looking forward to a bright future for his children and grandchildren. In order to better realize this future, Louis Philippe was even able to admit his mistakes to the enemy he had been guarding against for 18 years. He hoped that he could exchange his own death for the possibility of future generations returning to France, even if the possibility was very small. This is Louis Philippe, a king who is good at compromising, and does not care about his own gains and losses. He can pick up the crown abandoned by the Bourbons on the barricade without shame, and be crowned as a Frenchman amid the condemnation of the Bourbon remnants and foreign Orthodox dynasties. The king. The King of France represents the power of the monarch, and the power of the King of the French on behalf of the monarch is bestowed by the people. Louis Philippe has been compromising in order to become a king all his life. Even when he is critically ill, he is looking forward to being able to compromise in exchange for the cooperation of the Long Branch and the Young Branch. August 30th, 1850. The monarchs who experienced Bourbon, the government of the Republic, the First Empire, the restoration of Bourbon, and the Kingdom of Orleans died in Claremont, a suburb of London. by the side of a wife who had suffered together, surrounded by descendants and dignitaries. In the middle of the gathering, he was 76 years old. When the last words were spoken, Louis Philippe's pupils lost their luster. The arm holding the queen drooped uncontrollably, and his body couldn't help but lean back on the bed. "Doctor! Doctor!" the queen shouted loudly to the doctor in the room. She hoped to hear from the doctor that Louis Philippe was only in a coma. The doctor who was in charge of sending Louis Philippe on the last journey hurriedly came to Louis Philippe's bedside. He put his hands on Louis Philippe's breast and neck in turn, and then put his head on Louis Philippe's chest. After Philippe's complete death, the doctor removed from Louis Philippe's chest, in the ardent hope of everyone, the sad-faced doctor solemnly announced to everyone present the news that they already knew, but were unwilling to face. "His Majesty the King has returned to the embrace of the Lord," the doctor said to everyone present in a heavy and slow voice. After receiving the notice of Louis Philippe's death, everyone present showed a sad expression. The Queen of Louis Philippe lay on the bed where Louis Philippe was lying and wept bitterly. The Duke of Nemours helped the Queen aside, while the Prince of Joinville invited the praying Catholic priest. In the solemn prayers of the priest holding the cross in the Christian Bible, the crowd began to wrap the body of Louis Philippe and then carried it into the coffin that had been prepared on the first floor. In the next few days, Louis Philippe will meet with political dignitaries from various countries in this coffin. At that time, the Orthodox faction will also send people to come, and they can use this opportunity to complete the cooperation with the Orthodox faction. This is what Odilon Barrow and others thought. Relying on the secret passages unique to British and European law, such as the Rothschild family's clipper, the news of Louis Philippe's death spread to Paris in France and American English is in Germany the next day. After the death of Louis Philippe, the Parisian political caused ripples. Some people, Orleanists, circles lamented the death of Louis Philippe, and some people, Orthodox, rejoiced for the death of Louis Philippe. But there is no doubt that the death of Louis Philippe is beneficial to all members of the Party of Order. The Orthodox and the Orleans hope to exchange the death of the Party of Order for the dispute between Bourbon and Orleans, so as to better integrate. The Bonapartists, mainly Jérôme Bonaparte, hope to tear apart the veil of Orthodox and Orleanist affection through the death of Louis Philippe. Alas, an era is gradually fading away, and it won't be long before that era will be further and further away from us. Although there is an element of false compassion in cats crying and mice, Jérôme Bonaparte couldn't help it. Sigh for the death of Louis Philippe. Sighing and sighing, Jérôme Bonaparte was still sincerely happy in his heart. History will eventually prove that Louis Philippe's style will not work in France. We are heading for a different path from Louis Philippe. You're right. The era of Louis Philippe is over. Walewski, who was standing beside Jérôme Bonaparte, also said complimentably, "Then is your era. It's not me, it's us." Jérôme Bonaparte corrected Walewski's mistake. "With me alone, I can never succeed. With you, I can succeed. Go on." Walewski smiled non-committally. After a while, Jérôme Bonaparte said to Walewski, "Cousin, I wonder if you are interested in going to London to present a flower to Louis Philippe on my behalf." "Of course." Walewski nodded and smiled. Simple, he thought it was a sign of reconciliation between Jérôme Bonaparte and the Orleans faction. "Then, trouble you," Jérôme Bonaparte said to Walewski with a smile. That night, Walewski boarded a cargo ship bound for Britain. He took the mission entrusted to him by Jérôme Bonaparte to mourning in the village of Clermont. After Walewski left Rouen, Jérôme Bonaparte called over his most loyal blade again. He looked at Marcel Yeroge blankly and said, "I'll give you one now. Mission: find out all the assets of Louis Philippe in France. Remember, all assets." Jérôme Bonaparte's emphasis made Marcel Yeroge sure that the president might be about to take action against the Orleans family. After all, the Orleans family served as the royal family for 18 years, and during these 18 years, they have saved a considerable amount of wealth. And the hatred between the Bonapartists and the Orleans is on the bright side, and they do not take advantage of their civil unrest to kill pig. We have to wait until when to kill. Of course, these are all guesses made by Marcel Yeroge, who dared not ask the president for the reason in person. Marcel Yeroge could only respond to Nyan, "Yes, okay, you go back to Paris first." Jérôme Bonaparte, who had explained the task, waved his hand and ordered Marcel Yeruja to leave, and Marcel Yeruja took advantage of the darkness to leave. At the same time that Jerome Bonaparte ordered Marcel Yeruja to find out about Louis Philippe's estate, the Count of Chambord, the heir to the throne of Emperor, also issued an order to his faithful Duke of Richelieu command. Under the day-long dissuasion of the Parisian Orthodox Royalist party headed by Berryer and Broye, the Count of Chambord decided to go to the funeral with the overall situation as the top priority point. As the chief minister of the small court of the Count of Chambord, the Duke of Richelieu became the main person in the mourning, and the two made their final farewell in the study. "Your Majesty, do you really want to cooperate with the usurper? They made you lose your throne at the beginning." Duke Richelieu, who is good at arching fire, upholds a stubborn and extreme royalist ideology, to the Count of Chambord bitterly said. The Count of Chambord, who grew up abroad and was surrounded by a group of rotten ideas, was also inevitably influenced by orthodox principles. "I don't like them," the Count of Chambord said stiffly and without a trace of warmth. "If it wasn't for them, the Duke of Broye, forcing me, translator, I would never have had the slightest bit of a relationship with those usurpers. They are despising the sanctity of the kingship. By uniting with the usurper, it doesn't mean that the sacred kingship has to bow to its subjects." Duke Richelieu repeatedly said, "That's why I sent you to prevent this from happening." The Count of Chambord said to the Duke of Richelieu in a cordial tone, "In order to prevent the Duke of Broye from going in my name to cooperate with the Orleans faction, you must go." "I see, Your Majesty," the Duke of Richelieu assured the Count of Chambord. "I will live up to my expectations." "Well." Count Chambord nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, you go out first." "Yes." The Duke of Richelieu left the Count of Chambord's study and met the Duke of Broye in the corridor. After the Duke of Richelieu and the Duke of Broye smiled at each other, the two passed by. The Duke of Broye entered the study of the Count of Chambord, and he said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I have decided to send the Duke of Richelieu to Britain." The Count of Chambord immediately said to the Duke of Broye, "Richelieu, Duke." The Duke of Broye was delighted at the compromise of the Count of Chambord. Riyadh1.com, but he was suspicious of the Duke of Richelieu. "What? Can't the Duke of Richelieu?" the Count of Chambord snorted coldly. "Of course." Duke Broye first agreed with Duke Richelieu, and then he carefully bowed and asked, "Your Majesty, can you send a few more people there?" If the Duke of Richelieu could not be stopped, he could only send a group of mourning groups as much as possible, and then spare the Duke of Richelieu to discuss a merger. No. The Count of Chambord rejected the Duke of Broye's proposal with a firm attitude. In his concept, being able to send messengers to mourning the usurper has shown his kindness, and he cannot send more people there. He revealed the arrogance of the orthodox nobles in his bones, and was unwilling to communicate further with the usurper. The Duke of Broye, who was encountered by the Count of Chambord, could only laugh, as long as the Duke of Richelieu was able to go to the mourning. It was already an incredible progress. Of course, the Duke of Broye did not know that the funeral of the Duke of Richelieu was the trigger for the complete breakdown of the cooperation between the Orthodox faction and the Orleans faction. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https://Make France Great Again txt. Download address https Make France Great Again mobile read https:// For the convenience of reading next time, you can click \favorites below to record the reading record of this time, reactions from all parties in chapter 244, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Two Factions Fighting Against Fire and Water. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. September 1, 1850. The Duke of Richelieu was ordered to go to Clermont to mourn Louis Philippe. Because American English was located in the seaside area of northwestern Germany, this convenient condition allowed the Duke of Richelieu to save time on land. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a fast ship equipped with a high-power steam engine carried the Duke of Richelieu to Britain. The fast ship under the action of the steam engine no longer accommodates the wind direction and wind force, and it shuttles in the North Sea at an extremely fast speed. After a day and a night of sailing, the clipper finally arrived in London in the afternoon of September 2nd. After disembarking, the Duke of Richelieu did not go to Claremont Township immediately. Instead, after leaving the London dock, he drove to the racecourse to participate in gambling activities, and did not stop until he lost all his existing funds. From this point of view, the Duke of Richelieu is not completely rotten. To some extent, there is some progress. As for why the Duke of Richelieu opposed the union of the Orleans and the Orthodox faction, a small part of the reason was that he really hated Louis Philippe. His father was driven out of Paris by Louis Philippe and lived in exile again. However, most of the reasons are, once they unite with the Orleanists, it means that they must compromise with the Orleanists, and compromise means to give up part of the interests to the Orleanists, so whose interests should be sacrificed? It can't be those guys who spend all day in Paris running for the restoration of the king. If they do not give up their interests, they must give up the interests of the small court. They have not been away from Paris politics for many centuries. They can only survive by relying on their monarchs, which is to weaken their power in disguise. The little court faction headed by the Duke of Richelieu was definitely unwilling to unite with the Orleans faction. The Duke of Richelieu was not alone, but a small court surrounding the Duke of Richelieu. They can be connected in series to completely isolate the inside and outside. Of course, all this presupposes that the Count of Chambord agrees with them. However, how could the Count of Chambord, who grew up all day in such a rotten little court, not produce rotten fruit? The Duke of Richelieu, who had no money to spare, found a hotel to renovate at will, and came to Claremont Township in the early morning of the 3rd. This was the last day of Louis Philippe's burial, and everyone present was not surprised by the arrival of Duke Richelieu. Duke Nemours, who was enduring his grief, got up and went to receive Duke Richelieu, along with Count Morley and others. "Welcome, Your Excellency," Duke Nemours said to Duke Richelieu with a sad face. Duke Richelieu looked at Duke Nemours' fading appearance. He raised his head and nodded arrogantly. "I'm here under the order of His Majesty the King, to see the Duke of Orleans off." The arrogant remarks of the Duke of Richelieu caused everyone present to raise their eyebrows. After all, Louis Philippe was crowned King of Orleans by all the French people, but in Richelieu's mouth, he became the Duke of Orleans. The meaning of the Duke of Richelieu is obvious. They are not willing to recognize the so-called Kingdom of Orleans. Prince of Joinville cast an angry look at Duke Richelieu, and the envoy of the British court and Walewski also showed surprise. "Thank you, Count of Chambord, for your love." The Duke of Nemours was also not to be outdone, using the title Count of Chambord to insinuate Henry v. Duke Richelieu's expression also froze, his eyes revealing annoyance. As soon as the funeral began, the Orleanists and the Orthodox were on the same page. Count Morley, who was standing on the side, hurriedly stepped forward to ease the atmosphere and said, "Thanks to His Majesty King Henry V for sending an envoy to see off our King Louis Philippe." Count Morley's standard answer made the Duke of Richelieu and the Duke of Nemours a step up, and the two decided to put aside the dispute and let the funeral end. The Duke of Richelieu walked to Louis Philippe's coffin and remained silent. "Old man, you are finally dead." Although Duke Richelieu's expression was very solemn, he did feel joy in his heart. "May genuine God bless His Excellency the Duke, and let all his glory and sins follow the Lord into heaven," Duke Richelieu said loudly. As soon as this statement came out, the Orleanists caused a commotion again. Many Orleanites felt that the Duke of Richelieu did not come to seek cooperation, but to sabotage. In order not to affect the continuation of the funeral, the Orleanists and others could only suppress the anger of the main content. At noon, an old man dressed in a white bishop's costume appeared in front of the coffin, and the old man holding a Bible said aloud prayers. "May our brother be able to." After the prayer was over, the bishop again sprinkled 2 drops of holy water on Louis Philippe, who was lying in the coffin, and then stepped back. The Duke of Nemours and others closed the lid of the coffin with sadness and carried them into the carriage. The carriage carried Louis Philippe's body to the foot of a hill in Claremont Township. Louis Philippe's wife, the former Queen of the Kingdom of Orleans, introduced to the nobles beside him with a weeping voice, He liked this place before his death. The coffin was slowly lowered into the deep pit just dug a few days ago at the foot of the mountain, and the coffin was gradually buried by a handful of soil. Looking at the body of his father, who could only be buried in a foreign country, Duke Nemes secretly made an oath in his heart, full of tears. Father, before long, you will be able to return to France. Louis Philippe's coffin was buried at 3 p.m. and everyone returned to the villa in Clermont Township with all kinds of new feelings. Many people also gradually said goodbye on their journey back to Clermont, leaving only members of the Orthodox and Orleanists. When the Duke of Richelieu was about to leave the Clermont villa, the Count of Maurice blocked the way of the Duke of Richelieu. Your Excellency, I think the Duke of Broye has explained the situation to you. Count Morley said to Duke Richelieu. No. You want to plan a merger. The Duke of Richelieu put on a stance that he had nothing to do with him. Looking at Duke Richelieu's attitude, a nameless anger surged in Duke Morley's heart. He pressed his anger and asked Duke Richelieu, Your Excellency, we should unite. Only in this way can we fight against the president. Louis Philippe, before his death, the king personally told us that he was sorry for what happened in the past and hoped that the two of us could get rid of our previous hatred and work together. Count Morley's words surprised Duke Richelieu. He did not expect that Louis Philippe would be able to admit the king's pride before he died. Surprised to be astonished, Duke Richelieu had no intention of uniting with Duke Morley. Mr. Morley, I don't think I'll ask your help. Our Majesty cannot ascend to the throne. The source of the monarch's power to God, not subjects. That's the difference between us. The arrogant speech of the Duke of Richelieu made Count Maurice even more annoyed, but he still chose to hold back his anger and show his affection to the Duke of Richelieu. Come on. Now we've been suppressed by that bastard, Jerome Bonaparte. If we can't unite, then that fellow Jerome Bonaparte will surely pluck the fruit of France. Better to have Jerome Bonaparte off than you. The Duke of Richelieu groaned inwardly. It is said that the hatred of heretics is greater than that of heretics. 18 years have passed since the restoration of the hatred between Bourbon and Napoleon has long since faded. Restoring the hatred between Bourbon and Orleans is a real mainstream. I don't think it's our lack of unity. Duke Richelieu immediately found a reason to retort. If you can serve the monarch wholeheartedly as we do, then we are fully capable of putting our monarch on the throne. But you can't. You're only half-hearted. You have no ability to give back the power of the monarch to God. You put your hope in our strength to help you achieve it, and I tell you it's impossible. Duke Richelieu, we didn't talk like that before. Now, Count Maurice also understood that Richelieu didn't mean to merge at all, and he also changed his attitude and said coldly, I don't know what agreement Broye has reached with you. Duke Richelieu bluntly cut off the attempts of Maurice and others. I can tell you, as long as we are here, we will never be united with the usurper. You. Count Morley pointed to Duke Richelieu and was speechless. The Duke of Richelieu strode out of the room, out of the village of Clermont. When the Duke of Nemes asked about the merger, Count Morley responded apologetically, I'm sorry, Your Highness, they have no desire to unite with us at all. A look of loneliness flashed on Nemes' face. Riyadh1.com. Now he had to comfort Morley. Count Morley, I believe that under the leadership of you and Mr. Thiers, we will be able to live without them to return to France under the circumstances. I think so too. Earl Morley responded with a reluctant smile to Earl Nemes. On the 6th, when the Duke of Richelieu returned to Emra, he reported the morning party to the Count of Chambord. Your Majesty, those guys from Orleans wanted to join us, but I refused. I told them we would never join them. Come on. The Duke of Richelieu glanced at the Duke of Broglie and Bellier. The expressions of the two froze after Duke Richelieu said those words, and they couldn't believe their ears. All my efforts so far have been in vain. What are they for? To act as a clown. Well done. Count Chambord nodded and praised Duke Richelieu's actions, and then also looked at Duke Broye and Bellier and emphasized, I repeat, I will never to unite with those vile and shameless usurpers. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter. 245 The struggle between the two factions of fire and water, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 245, Desperate MP. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The stubbornness of the Count of Chambord made the Duke of Broglie feel an indescribable powerlessness in their hearts, even if they tried their best to carry the monarch in front of them into the French royal palace. But the Count of Chambord thought that there was nothing. The meaning of empathy. Like his grandfather, he always lived in his own dream of wishful thinking. At this time, the Duke of Broglie wholeheartedly agreed with what the Prince of Polignac had said to him, that their monarch, Henry V, was an inflexible monarch. Oh God. Why did you bring him into this unfortunate family? Are you not caring for it anymore? For the first time, the Duke of Broglie felt that God seemed to no longer care for Bourbon. Otherwise, how could they have such a monarch? Even the original Louis XVI was better than this stubborn king. Just as the Duke of Broglie was confused and depressed, the next sentence of the Count of Chambord completely pushed the Duke of Broglie into the abyss. Duke of Broglie, I want to issue an edict to France. Count Chambord said to Count of Broglie in a solemn tone, I will never cooperate with the descendants of the Kingslayer. Any French parliamentarian who is willing to support me cooperation with the Kingslayer is not allowed. The faces of the Duke of Broglie and Bellier changed. The last time the Count of Chambord's refusal to cooperate was only a small-scale dissemination, and they were still able to fool the past. This time, the Count of Chambord actually wanted to tell the whole of France. The Duke of Broglie had reason to believe that once the order of the Count of Chambord was spread to France through the newspapers, many orthodox aristocratic members of the aristocracy who had lost their hopes were likely to turn to Bonaparte, because of their shattered ideals would sever ties with the orthodox school, because of unbearable insults from the Count of Chambord. Your Majesty, absolutely. Duke Broglie's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, why? The Count of Chambord showed a look of boredom on his face. At this moment, he hated the nosy Duke of Broglie in front of him. Facing the disgusted expression of the Count of Chambord, the heart of the Duke of Broglie was as if he had fallen into a bottomless ice hole. Rao is that the Count of Chambord treated him with such a gesture in order to repay the Duke of Broglie, who had been favored by the Bourbon dynasty for hundreds of years. He still patiently stated his interests to the Count of Chambord. Once your edict is issued, we will kill them together. The alliance formed by the rulers will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and Bonaparte, who is hiding in the dark, will probably be the biggest winner. However, the bitter advice of the Duke of Broglie did not make the Count of Chambord realize the seriousness of the matter, but aroused his rebellious mentality as a monarch. Good. You don't want to do it, do you? Then I'll do it myself. Feeling the humiliation in his heart, the Count of Chambord decided to spare the Duke of Broglie and Bellier, to send a message to France, but before his edict reached Paris, the Count of Chambord had to numb them. Thinking of this, the Count of Chambord concealed his dissatisfaction, and his face regained a pleasant expression. It seemed that he understood the good intentions of the Duke of Broglie. I understand. The Count of Chambord still did not change his arrogant character. He waved his hand and ordered the expulsion. Duke Broglie, Mr. Bellier, I'm going out for a walk. The Count of Chambord's disguise successfully deceived the Duke of Broglie and Bellier. They looked at each other and saw a trace of relief in each other's eyes. The Duke of Broglie and Bellier bid farewell to the Count of Chambord one after another. After the two dedicated orthodox members left, the Count of Chambord's expression changed from the original calmness to a gloomy one, and he muttered, reverse thieves, condemned thieves and so on. After venting in the living room alone, the Duke of Richelieu was summoned again by the Count of Chambord. Your Majesty. The Duke of Richelieu bowed humbly to the Duke of Chambord. His Excellency. The Count of Chambord explained to the Duke of Richelieu the arrogance of the Duke of Broglie and Bellier in a cordial and respectful tone. They are so bold. Duke Richelieu, who was secretly delighted, scolded Duke Broglie in a righteous tone. That's right. So I want to convey the order to France on my behalf. The Count of Chambord told the Duke of Richelieu again what he had just said in front of the Duke of Broglie. Please, rest assured, I will definitely complete the task you have given me. The Duke of Richelieu assured the Duke of Chambord, my friend. The Duke of Chambord looked at the old Duke who had already given birth to some wrinkles, and he sighed. Only you are the one who really understands me. The Duke of Richelieu also showed a moved look, and he once again assured that the Count of Chambord would faithfully convey this order to France Point at this time. The Count of Chambord and the Duke of Richelieu did not know what kind of situation their orders would bring to France Point on September 20th, when the Duke of Broye, returning from American Englishes, merged with Bellier's order to pretend to wear the Count of Chambord. An open letter from the Duke of Chambord was circulated throughout Paris through the newspapers for a time. The whole Paris exploded again, and the Orthodox looked at the content of Count Chambord's open letter in astonishment, and they felt a burst of humiliation and betrayal. And it was none other than the one who betrayed them. It was the monarch they were loyal to. We are finished. Fears of Rue Portier, when he saw the open letter published in the newspapers, went blank. Point after a while. Fears reacted with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. He sat down on the sofa and thought about what he had done in the past 2 years. I didn't expect that. There will be a stupid pig among my teammates. Fears couldn't help but scolded the Count of Chambord. Point. Even if he had thought that the merger of the Orleanists and the Legitimists might be affected, he never thought that the monarchs of the Legitimists would cut off the possibility of their merger in this way. Point. In this way, there is zero damage to the enemy. And who gave him the trick of self-destructing 10,000? Just when Fears was thinking about how to preserve his vitality as much as possible, the Orleans MPs headed by Speaker Durbin hurriedly came to the Rudy Perverty. Fears, what shall we do now? Yes! Exclamation mark. Monsieur Fears, what shall we do? Fears, think of something. Orleans deputies, you said to Fears one by one, and they seem to have made Fears their backbone. Fears also lived up to expectations, with a faint smile still on his face, as if everything was within his expectations. Don't worry, everyone, this difficulty will not bring us down. Fears comforted the Orleanists. He didn't want the Orleans to collapse. What I have to do now is to ask the Duke of Broye and Embellier what the asterisk is going on. What's going on? Fears found an outlet for the terrified Orleanists, and the Orleanists finally found a target that could ease the tension. That's right. Ask me clearly. That's right. Surrounded by the Orleans deputies, Fears and his party slaughtered the mansion of the Duke of Broye in a mighty manner at this time. The mansion of Broye was also very lively. The Orthodox MPs who saw the open letter and stayed in Paris went to the mansion of the Duke of Broye. They thought about the Duke of Broye to ask for an explanation. Your Excellency, what is going on here? What does our monarch want? Duke Broye, what the asterisk did you do? Many Orthodox nobles began to criticize the Duke of Broye. They believed that all this was caused by the Duke of Broye's disobedience to the Count of Chambord. Point. The Duke of Broye didn't mean to refute anything. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He recalled the scene when his father asked him to always be loyal to the Bourbon dynasty. I'm a sad clown. When the Duke of Broye looked again at what he had done, he found himself acting like a circus clown. Not only did he not get the approval of the monarch, but his former colleagues also criticized him. The scolding of the Duke of Broye did not last long. A servant rushed in and reported back to the Duke of Broye, Your Excellency, Fears is here. The Orthodox deputies stopped swearing, and they turned their attention to the Duke of Broye again. Is there anyone else besides him? Duke Broye asked the servant. There are a group of people behind him, like they are here to ask for guilt. The servant responded to Duke Broye. Bring them all in. Duke Broye responded to the servant. Not long after the servants left. Riyadh 1.com. Fears and the Orleans deputies came before Broye and the others. The Orleans members glared angrily at the Orthodox members, and the Orthodox members also responded with stares. Not to be outdone, Monsieur Duke, I need an explanation. Fears' voice was not very loud, but his tone was exceptionally firm, as if nothing could shake his heart of wanting to know the truth. If I tell you, I don't know either. Do you believe it? Duke Broye replied in a flat but unquestioning tone. Fears had a look of astonishment on his face, and he believed the Duke of Broye's words. What should we do now? Fears asked the Duke of Broye again for his attitude. As long as the Duke of Broye did not say no, they still had a chance. This time Fears misjudged the Duke of Brow-Eye, and the Duke of Brow-Eye looked at Fears with tired eyes and said, "Mr. Fears, we will obey the will of the monarch. The authority of the monarch is unquestionable." As soon as these words came out, the whole living room was in an uproar, and none of them thought that these words would come out of Duke Broy's mouth. After the Duke of Broy said this, the Orleans and the Orthodox were completely torn apart. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 246 Desperate MP, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time, if you like Make France Great Again. Please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 246, Final Hurdle. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. There is a saying that some families are happy and some are sad. When the death of Louis Philippe and the open letter of the Count of Chambord caused the Orleans faction and the Orthodox faction to fall into chaos and despair, Jerome Bonaparte, who was patrolling the army in Strasbourg, was also very excited. Jerome Bonaparte, who was staying in the independence camp, showed a look of joy on his face. After he got up and paced back and forth, he excitedly tapped the newspaper placed on the desk and said to Walewski, "I will talk about how those guys could possibly succeed." A smile also appeared on Walewski's face. In his opinion, with the appearance of Count Chambord's open letter, the Party of Order had inevitably faced a situation of disintegration. Walewski once again remembered the words that the president said to him in a firm tone more than a month ago: "The Orleans and the Orthodoxy will inevitably break," and there was a trace of awe in his eyes. "I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to be with such a president, sir. What are we going to do now?" Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte in a submissive tone. "We don't have to do anything." Jerome Bonaparte sat back in his chair and said to Walewski with an old godly expression, "Believe me, in a few days, one of them will some people will come close to us." This. Walewski hesitated for a moment, but he still didn't believe Jerome Bonaparte in his heart. In the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte casually inspected the troops in Strasbourg, and at the same time, had an intimate conversation with the mine owners in the Strasbourg area, promising to give them additional a batch of railway stocks, without any further mention of the situation in Paris until Walewski put a telegram from Paris on Jerome Bonaparte's desk. Jerome Bonaparte opened the telegram and saw a face-to-face communication from Paris. The telegram was sent from the Élysée Palace in Paris by the Chief of Staff. The content of the telegram said, "Recently, a group of Orthodox and Orleanist deputies hoped to take refuge in the Élysée Palace. Dare to reject them." He could only ask the Strasbourg French telegram about Jerome Bonaparte's attitude. "Tell Mocha that the Élysée Palace welcomes the deputies who want to join the Bonaparte faction." Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski immediately. "Yes." Walewski immediately went to the telegraph office to send a telegram to the Élysée Palace. Since the telegram was not too far from the barracks, Walewski soon sent the telegram to Paris. When he returned to Jerome Bonaparte's room again, Jerome Bonaparte immediately gave Walewski a new order. "It's time to return to Paris. So fast." "But our journey?" Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte. "It has to be fast. This is an opportunity, and we have to seize it." Jerome Bonaparte said decisively. Walewski obeyed Jerome Bonaparte's orders, and the two departed for Paris on the 24th. After the Strasbourg commander and deputy commander heard the news that Jerome Bonaparte was about to leave, they offered to keep them. Unfortunately, Jerome Bonaparte's departure has been decided, and the commander of Strasbourg can only see Jerome Bonaparte off. Jerome Bonaparte boarded the train from Strasbourg to Paris under the watchful eyes of the Strasbourg commander, deputy commander and other division commanders. The train, which was completed just 2 months ago, is a small contribution to France by Jerome Bonaparte. In order to be able to open to traffic as soon as possible, the Ministry of Railways ruled out the construction work day and night for thousands of years, and finally completed the operation before the expected time. Of course, this railway did not spend less money. The initial capital and maintenance cost of the entire railway was nearly 80 million francs, and the French people once again bore an invisible foreign debt for Jerome Bonaparte's railway empire. After 2 days and 1 night, the train finally arrived in Paris on September 26. Because Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski sneaked into Paris, they claimed to be going to Nancy. There was no soldier on the platform. When Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski left the platform and quietly came to the gate of the Élysée Palace, the guardian in charge of guarding the Élysée Palace looked at Jerome Bonaparte in surprise. "Hello, President." The guardian hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte. "Hello." Jerome Bonaparte also returned the salute to them. Jerome Bonaparte, who had returned to the study after an absence of nearly 2 months, suddenly felt as if he had passed away. Looking at the display and furnishings of the study, Jerome Bonaparte said to himself, "Leaving soon." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, and Jerome Bonaparte quickly adjusted his condition and rushed out the door. "Please come in." Prince Montfort pushed open the door and entered. He looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a surprised expression and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to Nancy? Why did you come back so soon?" "It's just an announcement." Jerome Bonaparte pleaded with Prince Montfort. "Father, could you please make a trip to call General Saint Arnault and Minister Renaud over here?" "What are you going to do?" Prince Montfort looked at Jerome Bonaparte nervously. "This time you definitely seemed unwise." "Secret," Jerome Bonaparte said mysteriously. The Prince of Montfort obeyed Jerome Bonaparte's order and took a carriage to the War Department. I found Minister Renaud in the office of the minister, and then found General Saint Arnault in the staff office of the Secretariat, who was urging the Secretariat to draw up a map of the Near East. After more than a year of concerted efforts, the Near Eastern parts of Germany are not the 1:32,000 fuzzy map of the Franco-Prussian War. Marshal, Minister. The arrival of Prince Montfort made all the members of the Secretariat salute him. Prince Montfort also returned the salute to everyone present, and then he called General Saint Arnault to the minister's office. "The president is back," Prince Montfort whispered to Saint Arnault and Renaud in the minister's office. Minister Renaud and Saint Arnault also showed the same expressions as Prince Montfort before. "What does the president want us to do?" General Saint Arnault responded immediately. Prince Montfort shook his head and said to the two, "He didn't say it, he just asked you to join him." Prince Montfort, Minister Renaud, and General Saint Arnault left the Ministry of War. The three of them took a carriage to the Élysée Palace to meet with Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty," Minister Renaud and General Saint Arnault said in unison. "Excellent. You are finally here." Jerome Bonaparte invited the two to sit down and said to them, "I want to depose Changarnier." Minister Renaud and Saint Arnault looked at Jerome Bonaparte with some doubts. "The reason why Changarnier was not forcibly removed before was because I was worried that Changarnier might use the power of the party of order to restrict us. Now," Jerome Bonaparte said in a schadenfreude tone, "they have already fallen into split. We must seize this opportunity to sweep Changarnier out of the army." Minister Renaud and General Saint Arnault smiled at the same time. They were finally able to kick the damn Changarnier out of the army. As long as the party of order has pulled out the last nail that the party of order has planted in the army, they will be able to take full control of the army. "Your Excellency, after Changarnier is dismissed, who will take up his post?" Minister Renaud asked Jerome Bonaparte. "After Changarnier, Charles Cousin Montauban will serve as the commander of the regular army, the National Guard. I have my own arrangements." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Renaud. Charles Cousin Montauban, June 24, 1796 to January 8, 1878, the Count of 8 Mile Bridge in history, Napoleon III. He was excavated as a general in 1855. Jerome Bonaparte discovered the hero who captured the Algerian national hero Abdelkadi during the purge of the Ministry of War. At that time, his rank was still colonel. Jerome Bonaparte promoted him to a brigadier general, and then promoted to major general during martial law, and is currently idle in Paris. Yes, Minister Renaud understood that what the president likes best is to put new people in important positions, and he does not reject this kind of behavior. After all, Renaud himself was also the person who was promoted by Jerome Bonaparte back then. "Okay, you can act now." Jerome Bonaparte, who had given the order, reminded again, "Remember to act fast." You must take it before they can react. Riyadh 1. Calm down to Changanya. Yes. Minister Reno and St. Arnault responded at the same time. Minister Reno and St. Arnault, who had returned to the War Department from the Elysee Palace, quickly convened all the members of the War Department for a brief meeting. From now on, the Ministry of War must always be ready to deal with emergencies. Minister Reno said with a serious and oppressive expression. The members of the Ministry of War who did not know the truth felt a hint of imminent horror in Minister Reno's words. They wanted to ask Minister Reno what was going to happen, but they did not dare to speak. Early the next morning, an order from the Elysee Palace was passed to the War Department, and the War Department only understood what Minister Reno meant the day before. I, Jérôme Bonaparte, President of the French Republic, on the order of the Supreme Military Commander of France, have decided to revoke the positions of Commander of the National Guard of Changanya and Commander of the Seine Provincial Guard with immediate effect. The date of the inscription on the back of the notice is September 27, 1850. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https:/Make France Great Again txt. Download address https Make France Great Again mobile. Read https:// in order. To facilitate the next reading, you can click the \favorites below to record the reading record of this time, the last obstacle in chapter 247, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 247, The Arrangement of Disarming Military Power. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. As soon as the notice was issued, the entire War Department was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, and the entire department was silent. Whether it was academic, technical, military bureaucrats or actual combat soldiers, they all knew that there would be a conflict in Paris. If the trouble is not good, the whole of Paris will be plunged into civil strife. Fortunately, the Ministry of War, which was rectified by Minister Reno and General St. Arnault, did not fall into the dilemma of a month ago because of this notification, and the entire department was still operating in an orderly manner. At 8:30 in the morning, the War Department officials at the director level and the deputy director level and above received a notice from Minister Reno to hold a meeting at 9:30. At the same time, all departments were asked to restrain the members of their subordinate departments and beware of information leakage. Everyone in the department knew that this was probably the pre-war mobilization of the War Department. Therefore, the small and medium-sized bureaucrats in the various departments of the War Department first warned their subordinates not to cause trouble for themselves, and some division heads even used the mode of mutual supervision between the officials in the division to ensure that no one leaked the news and hurt them. At about 8:50, officials at the division level and deputy division level within the Ministry of War arrived at the meeting place one after another. They found their positions according to their level and the names placed on the table. At 9:10, the director and deputy director were all in place, and the director and deputy director began to arrive at their corresponding positions one after another. At 9:20, Bazin, Troche and others arrived at the venue and sat down. Minister Reno and General St. Arnault arrived at 9:25. But it is strange that Minister Reno and General St. Arnault did not sit in the chair, but sat on the left and right of the chair sides. At 9:30, someone unexpectedly appeared in the War Department. Hello, everyone. Jérôme Bonaparte, who was supposed to be at the Elysee Palace, actually appeared at the Ministry of War. Judging from his appearance, he should be the person in charge of presiding over this meeting. As expected, Jérôme Bonaparte smiled and sat in the seat that should have belonged to Minister Reno. I didn't want to come. Jérôme Bonaparte cleared his throat and said calmly, however, who made this action too important, so I had to come over in person. After speaking, Jérôme Bonaparte's eyes became sharp and his tone became aggressive. Everyone, I don't think you don't understand what the announcement this morning is all about. He paused, as if thinking of himself. Rida said, yes, I want to dismiss the incompetent commander of Changanya. For 2 years, Changanya did nothing in this position. I absolutely do not allow the existence of such a corpse in the army. The existence of Changanier is the greatest blasphemy to us and this pure army. That's right. We should put an end to such incompetent generals as Changanier. Minister Iagno said in a chorus. We will never tolerate the behavior of Changanier, and we must treat people like Changanier with zero tolerance. I ask you to maintain a state of closed martial law and to deal with emergencies at any time. If there is a problem, it should be dealt with immediately. Jerome Bonaparte's serious expression matched his uncle-like face to give the War Department bureaucrats an invisible sense of oppression. For us, it is already extremely critical. At this moment, we must not take it lightly. Whoever dares to neglect their duties and tip off at this time is the sinner of the whole country and the whole nation, and the military court is his final destination. Do you understand? Understood. In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's blatant threat, the bureaucrats who had already been tamed, and the soldiers who were inclined towards Bonaparte had no chance of resisting own loyalty. Of course, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Jerome Bonaparte, who was stern, released another piece of good news. The 2nd and 3rd Brigades in Paris, as well as most of the commanders of the National Guard Corps, tend to our people. He will faithfully carry out the orders of the Ministry of War. You just need to suppress those members who are not willing to obey the orders. Yes, the officials of the War Department were obviously relieved. As long as there were 2 brigades willing to follow their commands, they would naturally have the confidence to suppress the only one brigade under Changanier. Okay, I have finished what I have to say, and the rest is left to your ministers and state secretaries. Jerome Bonaparte calmly bid farewell to the members of the War Department. Before leaving the meeting room, Jerome Bonaparte did not forget to draw this pie for the members of the War Department. Please rest assured. God sees your hard work. God will give them all the rewards they want. After rejecting the **** requests of Ministers Reynolds and St. Arnault, Jerome Bonaparte left the War Department alone through the back door in an unremarkable black carriage. He was going to the location is the headquarters of Horus News Agency, and he wants to use this time to find something to do for Commander Changanier. After Jerome Bonaparte left, Minister Renault took the seat of Jerome Bonaparte, and he said sternly with his characteristic rough voice, I believe you should understand. Now you will face what is it. So, let me remind you that we are going to face a war that absolutely cannot be lost. I know that some people will be paralyzed because of the president's words just now, so we must be more cautious about the form. General St. Arnault also took the words of Minister Renault and continued, no matter what, the world always has challenges and opportunities, and you have to work hard for what you want. The president has just said that we will meet. The right danger is nothing compared to the reward. I sincerely hope that you can work hard for your future. Next, Minister Reynolds began to make strategic deployments thanks to the decree a month ago. The Ministry of War has the absolute rule of the army. Minister Reynolds quickly ordered members of the War Department to go to the garrison of the National Guard and the army, hand over the report of Jerome Bonaparte to the commanders of each subordinate unit, and when necessary, they can also make appropriate threats. The commander made them afraid to disobey orders. Once Changanier is dismissed, his regular army commander will be taken over by Major General Charles Cousin Montauban, and the National Guard officer will be taken over by General Béragut Delier. Renault the minister then explained the arrangement of Changanier's office to the bureaucrats of the War Department. In the end, the commander of the regular army and the commander of the National Guard was an expedient measure at the beginning. The National Guard formed by those rich men is no better than a loyal army. It will always cause us a series of troubles. The bureaucrats of the War Department present all understood what Minister Renault meant. Compared with the honest army, the National Guard is too noisy. From the First Empire to the Kingdom of Orleans in 1815, 1830, and 1848, the army formed by this group of little bourgeois can always play a role in fueling the flames, whether it is Jerome Bonaparte or historically Louis Napoleon. They don't like such a rambunctious guy. Not to mention that the cost of using the National Guard is several times higher than that of the regular army, but the efficiency shown is far less than that of the regular army. Okay. The meeting is dissolved. It's time for you to perform your duties. Minister Reno and General Saint Ono got up and left. The War Department officials also followed in the footsteps of Minister Reno and General Sanano. A large net is wrapping Changanya, and at the end of the net is the figure of the coup d'état of Jerome Bonaparte. That afternoon, the newspapers affiliated with the Élysée Palace published an order that seemed to be issued to the 1st Division in May. In May 1848, Changanya was the commander of the 1st Division, so the order could only be him. Type it out. This order was found by Jerome Bonaparte by reading the scrolls of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The content is to advise officers not to tolerate traitors in their own ranks when they rebel, and must follow the guidelines of the National Assembly sent troops. Once this news was released, Changanya once again became the most beautiful boy in Paris, although Changanya has repeatedly denied that he did not issue this order at the time, and claimed that it was all a false accusation by the newspapers affiliated to the Élysée Palace. Given the problems with Changanya's composition in May 48, this order may also be www.riyadh1.com proposed by Changanya. And under the hint of Jerome Bonaparte, the cabinet raised questions on this issue, and the Minister of the Interior Baroche and the Minister of Justice Rawat even pointed the contradiction to the legislation parliament. Standing committee had to personally go out to defend Changanya during the recess on September 29. Rawat appeared in the Bourbon Palace, and Rawat, who was standing on the podium, shouted to General Changanya in the audience, "I hope that General Changanya can respond to the events of May 1848. A detailed explanation. Why did you give such an order at the time?" "I didn't give such an order." In the face of Rawat's groundless accusations, Changanya responded decisively, "Then what's going on with the materials in my hands?" Rouet reprimanded loudly, patting the materials on the podium. "Who knows where you got the fake information?" Changanya looked at the members of the standing committee and said bluntly, "Gentlemen, you can trust me. I'm with you now. We ask Changanya to prove his innocence within 24 hours, or we will bring justice to General Changanya. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https://Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https://Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https:// Make France Great Again mobile read, https:// For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the \favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 248 Disarming Military Power, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 248, Paris 1st Brigade changes hands. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Rawat's threats in the Legislative Assembly made Changanya lose face. Since when did the lackeys of the Bonaparte family dare to be so arrogant to him? I believe that the Legislative Assembly can give me justice and strictness. Changanya pinned his hopes on the permanent committee, which he hoped to use against Jerome Bonaparte. Though the standing committee also lived up to Changanya's hopes for it. In terms of setting off the atmosphere, the standing committee of more than 100 people was always better than Bonaparte, who played alone. The standing committee responded with a round of applause for Changanya, which had already declared to Rawat their support for Changanya. Changanya smiled again, still looking at Rawat with an arrogant gesture. Looking at the clown jumping from the beam of the standing committee under the stage. Rouet also smiled. He bowed slightly to the members present and said, "I look forward to the Legislative Assembly making a fair and strict judgment." After speaking, Rawat stepped off the podium and left the Palais Bourbon. On September 28, public opinion further fermented and expanded under the control of the Bonapartists, and gradually spread from the people to the army. Not to mention the 2nd and 3rd Paris brigades that had already been mastered by Jerome Bonaparte, and even the soldiers of the 1st Paris brigade had further lowered their trust in Changanya Noma, who served as the brigadier general of the 1st Brigade, gradually felt a little powerless, and the thoughts of the soldiers of the 1st Brigade began to move closer to the 2nd and 3rd Brigade. Not only the soldiers, but even the grassroots commanders of the 1st Brigade are also actively approaching the 2nd and 3rd Brigade. They don't want to die without the support of the soldiers. Just as Brigadier General Normand was about to report to General Changanya at the Tuileries Palace, the order of the Ministry of War was immediately issued. Brigadier General Normand, It was still Trosh who was in charge of conveying the order, and now he has the rank of colonel. Colonel Trosh. Brigadier General Norma looked at the Bonapartist colonel in front of him. He knew that he might be experiencing a change. The president and the minister hope that you can do your best to be a competent French general. Changanier's behavior has seriously violated the law. Don't get too involved with him. Order of the minister. Minister Riegno's words convinced Brigadier General Noma that this was a military coup against General Changanier, and that the president's purpose was probably to remove General Changanier from the army. Thinking of this, Brigadier General Noma couldn't help showing a bitter smile. He slowly looked at Trosh and said, Colonel Trosh, can I ask what will happen after Changanier? Changanier will be dismissed by the president and transferred elsewhere. Trosh said to Brigadier General Norma, poor general, he probably doesn't know what he is about to face. At this moment, Commodore Norma will observe a moment of silence for his superiors in the Tuileries Palace. Brigadier General Norma, do you choose to obey the order of the War Department or refuse? Trosh asked again. Norma's words would determine his next outcome. Brigadier General Norma said with difficulty, I resolutely obey the orders of the War Department. Mr. Brigadier General, you have made a wise principle. Trosh's tense face showed a smile. He then took out another letter of commission and said to Brigadier General Norma, now I serve Minister Renault order to serve as your Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff? Is this a disguised seizure of power? Brigadier General Norma asked Trosh bluntly. Of course not. Trosh shrugged and explained, the future army will be equipped with a Chief of Staff. The task of the Chief of Staff is to issue the command of the General Staff and assist you in completing the deployment of the Staff. General Staff? After so many years, has the Emperor moved that thing out again? Brigadier General Norma asked calmly. This General Staff will be even bigger than the Emperor's time. Trosh showed a meaningful smile. After all, there is only one Emperor. Norma looked at Trosh's smile in astonishment and also sighed with emotion. Yes. There is only one Emperor. After speaking, Brigadier General Norma stretched out his hand and said to Trosh, Colonel Trosh welcomes you to join the 1st Brigade. Trosh and Norma clasped their hands tightly together, and in this way the 1st Paris Brigade was resolved with the help of Minister Renault, and no other army would help Changanier at this critical moment. The 24 hours passed quickly, and Rouet arrived at the Palais Bourbon once again. Dear members of the Legislative Assembly, what is the result of your deliberations? Rouet asked the members of the Legislative Assembly respectfully. The members of the Legislative Assembly in the audience voted against Rouet after a moment of deliberation. More than 100 negative votes rejected the possibility of Changanier's suspension review. Seeing the negative votes from the audience, Rouet did not have any extreme emotions. He still politely said to the Legislative Assembly, since you believe him, then hopefully Changanier is really what he said. With the confused look of the members of the Standing Committee, Rouet left the Palais Bourbon that night. Jerome Bonaparte, in his capacity as president, summoned the cabinet members to the house of Matignon Point. Since Jerome Bonaparte did not reach out or communicate with others, none of the ministers except Reynaud, Rouet, and Béroche knew that Jerome Bonaparte was next. Actions after Prime Minister Opper and the ministers were seated. Jerome Bonaparte announced to them, I will remove Changanier. As soon as these remarks came out, Prime Minister Opper, Minister of Education and Religion Perriot, Minister of Navy Dick, all showed expressions of surprise. Those who knew the conflict between the president and Changanier certainly understood that the peace between the president and Changanier was not it will last too long, but the president's deliberate choice to remove him during recess is somewhat unexpected. Do you have anything to say? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Opper and the others and replied, should Mr. President hold off for a while? Prime Minister Opper suggested to Jerome Bonaparte, who did not want to play a disgraceful role in the conflict between the president and parliament. Don't worry, Mr. Prime Minister, I respect your principles. After this matter is over, you will become the governor of Algeria, Jerome Bonaparte said without shyness. Afterwards, he looked at the Bonapartist ministers present and encouraged, anyone among you can come up with any ideas. The ministers present did not speak, and they knew that the president's will could not be changed. After looking around for a week, Jerome Bonaparte waited for the deletion and said again, since there is no objection, then all members of the cabinet should jointly sign the order of dismissal. Jerome Bonaparte clapped his hands, and Walewski entered the room and made a printed removal order in front of everyone. After the Prime Minister and the Minister signed their names, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Walewski to withdraw the recall order. Okay. If that's the case, then the entire cabinet agrees to be dismissed. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and sorted out the removal order in his hand. On September 29th, Jerome Bonaparte issued a final message to Changanier with the removal order of all cabinet members. The notice ordered Changanier in a tough tone to revoke all positions before October 2nd and move out of the Tuileries Palace, otherwise Changanier will be forced to retire. At the same time, Minister of War No also issued a combat readiness order to the entire army. The order stipulated that no unit could act without authorization under the state of combat readiness, and no matter whether it was a big or small matter, it must be reported to the Ministry of War. Minister Renault's method completely suppressed the possibility of Changanier's vain attempt to use the army to let go. When he hurried to the 1st Brigade from the Tuileries Palace, he was told that the 1st Brigade only carried out the orders of the Ministry of War. Commander Changanier no longer has any legal effect. The beaten Changanier returned to the Tuileries Palace in despair and walked in the deep corridor of the Tuileries Palace. Changanier felt lonely and did not know when his soul was locked by the Tuileries Palace. Blinded by Bonaparte's rhetoric. The gold and silver objects that were once dazzling in Changanier's eyes have now become bleak and dusty. This place has become my burial place. Changanier's heart became even more desolate. Depressed, he sat in the living room for a long time without speaking. He believed that Jerome Bonaparte's dismissal letter would arrive soon. That night www.riyadh1.com The Legislative Assembly, led by Montalembert and Odilon Barrot, arrived at the Élysée Palace. They wanted to persuade Jerome Bonaparte to withdraw the order. When they arrived at the living room of the Élysée Palace, they found that Jerome Bonaparte was already waiting for them in the living room. Members, welcome. Jerome Bonaparte greeted the members of the Party of Order with a smile. After a brief chat between the two sides, Odilon Barrot said euphemistically, "Your Excellency, you shouldn't dismiss Changanier at this time. This will lead to an unnecessary turmoil, unrest." "I don't think so. Changanier's continued stay in the army is the source of the turmoil." Jerome Bonaparte did not give Odilon Barrot any face, and he immediately retorted, "Mr. President, can you please suspend the dismissal of Changanier? How are you exercising your power when the parliament resumes?" Montalembert then discouraged, "Mr. Montalembert, as the president, the order I issued to the Ministry of War to dismiss Changanier does not require the consent of the parliament." Jerome Bonaparte attacked Montalembert with the constitution. Montalembert was silent. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again read the full text at, https, Make France Great Again txt download address, https, Make France Great Again mobile read, https, / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorite below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 249. The 1st Brigade in Paris changed hands, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 249, Legislative Assembly Strikes Back. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The Constitution of the Second Republic stipulates that the President has the undisputed supreme military commander-in-chief in France, and no one will question this power that even the Legislative Assembly cannot shake. It's just that the Permanent Standing Committee did not expect that Jerome Bonaparte would be so ignorant of martial arts that he would choose to take action in the Legislative Assembly. This means that the executive power of the president is not affected by the adjournment of the Legislative Assembly, but the legislative power held by the Legislative Assembly and the power to dissolve the cabinet face adjournment. It is only reasonable for the president to order the War Department to dismiss Changanier, not to mention that the Party of Order is now facing a tearing situation because the stupid speech of the Count of Chambord in France has caused the orthodox and clerical factions in the Party of Order to follow Chambord's arrangement and move towards the Élysée Palace, and the Republican faction All in all, in this battle with the Party of Order, the president won. The dissuasion that took place at the Elysee Palace was nothing more than a routine test by the Party of Order. Odilon Barrot and Montalembert were gagged at Jérôme Bonaparte on the grounds that the Republic gave the president powers. At this point, Odilon Barrot could only sigh, and they showed their last cards. If you really want to dismiss General Changanier stubbornly, we will re-examine whether the cabinet you lead is still capable of continuing to lead France after the parliament begins. Odilon Barrot's speech revealed a threat of meaning. It's just that the threat in Odilon Barrot's mouth was far worse than Jérôme Bonaparte imagined. He thought that the Legislative Assembly would vote him a bill of no confidence. They didn't have the courage. They just aimed at their cabinet. A trace of contempt flashed in Jérôme Bonaparte's eyes, and his words also showed a tone of disdain. Mr. Barrot, you can do whatever you want. I believe that the eyes of all French people are sharp. When it really gets out of hand, let all the French citizens vote for their choice. The expressions of Odilon Barrot and the members of the Party of Order behind him changed. Jérôme Bonaparte's threat of a referendum was like a sharp knife to them. They managed to keep the gangsters out. Jérôme Bonaparte could not be bringing them in. Mr. President, I believe that the Legislative Assembly will make a fair judgment. Excessive use of gangster power is likely to backfire on itself. Montalembert said to Jérôme Bonaparte in a compromising manner. I also believe that the Holy Legislative Assembly will make a fair and stern judgment. Jérôme Bonaparte, disdainful of the Legislative Assembly, still showed a gesture of respect for the Legislative Assembly, an illusion of a group of MPs willing to solve problems within the framework. After some chat, Jérôme Bonaparte and the MPs in the Party of Order did not reach any substantive compromise. The tough-minded Jérôme Bonaparte made no concessions in the matter of Changanier. Odilon Barrot and Montalembert and other members had no choice but to return without success. When they returned to the Rue Pavati again, they saw Thiers, who had been waiting for a long time. How was the conversation? Thiers, who had no hope of negotiating, asked as usual. Sitting on the sofa, Odilon Barrot made a cup of coffee for himself, took a sip, and replied, "It's useless. The president no longer listens to any of our ideas, and he even ignores our threats." Montalembert also shrugged. "What can we do now? File a lawsuit against the president? Or support Changanier as the speaker? We can't do both in a short time." Montalembert's remarks once again hit the morale of the members in the room, and many members are already considering whether they should find a new home in advance. Thiers stared at Montalembert with a meaningful smile on his mouth. "Yes, we have nothing to do." Thiers' surrender undoubtedly gave the team an even worse blow, and everyone looked at Thiers in astonishment. "Don't look at me like that." Thiers shrugged and sat beside Odilon Barrot. He smiled and raised his coffee cup to Odilon Barrot. "I'm right, Mr. Barrot." Then, he glanced at Montalembert again. "Right, Mr. Montalembert." Odilon Barrot and Montalembert also smiled. These three old foxes in the political arena had long understood the abacus between each other. Alas. Thiers sighed and said to himself, "I don't know if we can meet like this next time." With that, Thiers drank his coffee and got up and left. Odilon Barrot and Montalembert sat face to face and stared at each other for a while without saying a word. The two then left Rue Pavati one after another. Pavati, who once carried the dream of the Party of Order, has now gradually become an ordinary room. October 1st, 1850, was the last day that Changanier was relieved of his post and left the Tuileries Palace. Under the scorching sun of October, a carriage galloped out of the Elysee Palace and soon came to the entrance of the War Department. General St. Arnault, who had been waiting at the entrance of the War Department early in the morning, trotted to the door of the carriage. After seeing the carriage marked with the Bonaparte national emblem, the door slowly opened, and General St. Arnault's face changed from joy to consternation. He never thought that the person in the car was actually the president himself. This kind of thing should not be done by the president's secretary, so why should he alarm the president himself? "Your Majesty?" General St. Arnault looked at Jérôme with some doubts. "Come up," said Jérôme Bonaparte indifferently. "Yes." General St. Arnault entered the carriage by stepping down the stairs. The door closed again, and the carriage galloped again. St. Arnault, who was sitting opposite Jérôme Bonaparte, stood upright and said nothing, and the carriage fell into a brief silence. When the carriage galloped to the banks of the Seine, looking at the workers who were busy on the banks of the Seine and the river, Jerome Bonaparte said, "General Saint Arnault." "Yes." General Saint Arnault hurriedly responded. "After a while, you will be the Minister of War." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Saint Arnault. "Okay." Saint Arnault subconsciously, and after a few seconds, he responded with an R sound. "Surprise?" Jerome Bonaparte turned to Saint Arnault and asked. "No." Saint Arnault hurriedly denied a sentence, and he asked carefully, "Minister Renaud, General Reynolds will go to Strasbourg to serve as the commander of the Strasbourg front." Jerome Bonaparte said directly to Saint Arnault, "Yes." General Saint Arnault responded immediately, "General Saint Arnault, don't you want to ask me why I made this arrangement?" Jerome Bonaparte said with a meaningful smile, "It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders." Saint Arnault responded decisively to Jerome Bonaparte. "Very good." Jerome Bonaparte showed a satisfied smile to Saint Arnault. He didn't like to ask soldiers who asked questions. Soldiers who think too much will easily become red. In order to appease the emotions that his subordinates might have, Jerome Bonaparte explained to General Saint Arnault, "The parliament will cast a vote of no confidence in the cabinet after it reopens, and this is the price we pay for removing Changarnier. It is very likely that General Renaud will be ousted after this cabinet collapse. I hope you will take over the position of General Renaud after his resignation. After the separation of the decree is completed, you will take over the position of Chief of General Staff. There is also General Régnau's character is not suitable for the next action. He still retains too much kindness to the enemy." Jerome Bonaparte's words became famous, which dispelled Saint Arnault's conjecture that Jerome Bonaparte wanted to remove the grind and kill the donkey. Regarding the second half of Jerome Bonaparte's words, Saint Arnault felt something in his heart. Minister Renaud was always too kind to the enemies of the Ministry of War. For some enemies who could be eliminated by means of railing, the minister always left a way for them to survive. According to Saint Arnault's own point of view, for some diehards, retirement is their best way out. Saint Arnault, who agrees with the president's remarks, still has to put on an air of defending his boss. Riyadh 1.com. After all, the president only asked Minister Renaud to temporarily leave the center, and whether he can return to the center is up to the president. Calculate, minister. He trusts others too easily. Behind Saint Arnault's seeming blame, he actually said that the minister was simple and honest in disguise. "I hope that when you are the Minister of War, you must follow the orders," Jerome Bonaparte told Saint Arnault, and then added, "By the way, I will be there for you. After your Secretary of War, find someone to fill your position. However, the next one won't hold multiple positions like you. Do you have a recommendation, Street?" Arnault was a little moved by Jerome Bonaparte's trust, and out of a cautious attitude, Saint Arnault recommended to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, I think Brigadier General Leboeuf's ability is sufficient. Help you lead the War Department, and the Secretary of State would be better off sending a civilian." "Yeah, I see." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and responded to Saint Arnault. The carriage drove past the banks of the Seine, and through the streets of the Place de la Révolution, and finally came to the outside of the Tuileries Gardens, the final point of their trip. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter. 250 Legislative Assemblies counterattack, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 250, Dismissal. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Just stop here. Looking through the glass window of the carriage, looking out the window like a fairy tale world coming to reality, Jerome Bonaparte stopped the speeding carriage. When the carriage stopped, Jerome Bonaparte pushed open the door beside him and got out of the carriage. Seeing this, General Saint Arnault also followed Jerome Bonaparte from the carriage. looking at the rows of linden trees planted on both sides of the road and the lush green lawns and flowers behind the linden trees. Jerome Bonaparte immediately felt a sense of relaxation. Looking ahead along the road, the figure of the Tuileries Palace appeared behind the gate at the end of the road. "Your Majesty, can we really go there like this?" General Saint Arnaud asked worriedly. "What? You, a general across North Africa, are you still frightened by the Tuileries Palace?" Jerome Bonaparte said to Saint Arnaud in a mocking tone. "Our commander Changanier, but I've always lived there without fear. Your Majesty, I'm not afraid of the Tuileries Palace." General Saint Arnaud hurriedly said to Jerome, "I'm worried that Changanier guy will be bad for you. As the military headquarters of Changanier, the Tuileries Palace is a top priority, and of course his confidants must be sent to guard it." However, Jerome Bonaparte came here with Saint Arnaud before he replaced the soldiers in charge of the Tuileries Palace, and the risk he had to take was probably much greater than any time before. "Changanier? Bad for me?" Jerome Bonaparte showed a disdainful expression on the corner of his mouth. "You think too highly of him. Now he is a dog with a broken ridge. The reason why he stayed in Tuileries Ligging, it's just to maintain the only trace of his dignity." Jerome Bonaparte was convinced that Changanier was not a man who could devote his life to the great cause of the Party of Order, and that Changanier must be buried with him when he died. Besides, Changanier is over 60 years old, and he still has the ambition to fight back after suffering setbacks. It's really like this is a world of fantasy novels. General Saint Arnaud was silent. For some reason, he was moved by the pride of Jerome Bonaparte. When he looked at Jerome Bonaparte again, he seemed to see a shadow appeared on Jerome Bonaparte. This shadow is the Emperor Napoleon who led France to its peak, and led France to its destruction. "Let's go," said Jerome Bonaparte, looking at General Saint Arnaud. "Yes." General Saint Arnaud responded to Jerome Bonaparte with the attitude of a soldier, and then followed in the footsteps of Jerome Bonaparte. The president and the general walked slowly under the shade of the linden tree, and soon came to the main entrance of the Tuileries Palace. The two guards in bright military uniforms with guns behind them showed excited expressions the moment they saw Jerome Bonaparte. Although they belonged to Changanier's guards, they also respected the president. "Your Excellency the President." The guard shouted excitedly, and then hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte. After Jerome Bonaparte looked up and down the guards, he also returned a salute to the guards. Under the excited and nervous look of the guards, Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand to fasten the guards, and released the buttons, patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "A soldier must have the appearance of a soldier." "Yes." The guard's voice became louder, and the guard beside he also cast envious glances. General Saint Arnaud, who followed behind Jerome Bonaparte, looked at Jerome Bonaparte with admiration. He was a lot worse than the president who bought people's hearts. "Commander, Changanier should still be at the Tuileries Palace?" Jerome Bonaparte asked, pointing to the Tuileries Palace behind the guards. "Yes." The guard responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a loud voice, and then looked at Jerome Bonaparte nervously and asked, "Mr. President, are you here to remove Commander Changanier?" Looking at the panicked guards, Jerome Bonaparte smiled and nodded and explained, "One country cannot have two minds. I dismiss Commander Changanier for his own good. If one day Changanier joins me, if there is a conflict, who will you help?" After hesitating for a moment, the guard responded firmly, "I will always be loyal to His Excellency the President. I believe in you. You are the best soldiers in the Republic, and also the best soldiers in the whole of Europe." Jerome Bonaparte made his cheap praise again. The president's praise reassured the guards that their choice of allegiance to the president was the right one. The guards saluted Jerome Bonaparte again. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnaud walked directly into the courtyard of the Tuileries Palace. "General," Saint Arnaud forgot to say a word. "We have the best soldiers, and they are also the most obedient soldiers." Jerome Bonaparte whispered to Saint Arnaud, "That's all because of you, Your Excellency." Saint Arnaud flattered Jerome Bonaparte. The two chatted while walking, and soon they crossed the courtyard and met a troop stationed in the Tuileries Palace. The commander in charge of leading the team quickly stopped after seeing Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnaud, and the commander trotted to Jerome Bonaparte and saluted. Jerome Bonaparte shook hands with the commander after returning the salute, and then shook hands with the soldiers one by one. The Soldiers stationed in the courtyard showed the same excited expressions as the soldiers at the gate. The emperor's nephew, who could only watch from a distance, was able to shake hands with them at close range. Watch here. The Tuileries Palace will not be left empty forever. Jerome Bonaparte said meaningful words to the commander. Yes. The commander responded more excitedly to Jerome Bonaparte. After saying goodbye to the garrison troops, Jerome Bonaparte finally came to the deep corridor of the Tuileries Palace. Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnault walked forward leisurely since Louis XVI was escorted to the Tuileries Palace by Parisian women in the early days of the Great Revolution, the First Empire, the Restoration of Bourbon, the Kingdom of Orleans, and 3 generations of dynasties have used this place as their royal palace. It served as a state office for a short time, and it can be said that this place runs through the history of the dynasty after the Great Revolution. Future followed the fall of the Second Empire, and the Tuileries also fell under the wrath of the people, alas. Looking at the Tuileries Palace in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help sighing. Who would have thought that 2 years ago, Louis Philippe still lived here? At that time, the Tuileries, how prosperous the palace is. In a blink of an eye, it has become so calm. Your Majesty, General Saint Arnault said with relief. Changanir doesn't understand the greatness of this palace at all, and turning this place into our headquarters is the greatest blasphemy. The noble palace should be inhabited by noble people. Show its value. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Saint Arnault with astonished eyes. He never thought that a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes would use such rude words. It seems that this unique skill of flattering does not require anyone. Professor Saint Arnault still smiled and looked at Jerome Bonaparte. It took a long time for the two of them to stop and go, and finally came to the main hall of the Tuileries Palace. At this moment, there are also a group of uneasy officers in the main hall. They are the officers of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade stationed here. The arrival of Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnault made the officers present stunned. They never expected that the president would come here in person. Salute. Saint Arnault shouted with majesty. The officers saluted Jerome Bonaparte in the voice of Saint Arnault and the eyes of Jerome Bonaparte. Looking at the messy formations and the scattered salutes of the officers present, Jerome Bonaparte knew that their hearts were already messed up. Don't worry. I'm here to find General Changanir. Can any one of you help me call General Changanir here? Jerome Bonaparte said to the officers in a mild manner. Yes. The commander of the highest ranking among the officers responded hurriedly, then turned and trotted over. Come here. Jerome Bonaparte beckoned, and all the officers stood in front of Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte asked the officers' names and their units one by one and said, "You all stand behind me." The officers who understood Jerome Bonaparte's subtext no longer worried about the issue of reckoning, and they stood behind Jerome Bonaparte. Not long after, the regiment commander brought Changanir to Jerome Bonaparte. When he saw his battalion commander and company commander standing behind Jerome Bonaparte, he subconsciously watched, glancing at Changanir. Go. Changanir said in a flat tone. www.riyadh1.com. Yes. The head of the regiment weakly, and then ran into the team. At this time, Changanir had responded completely, lived up to the high spirits of the previous days, exuding a sense of decadence, and his face seemed to be a bit older than before. Under Jerome Bonaparte's gesture, Saint Arnault read out of the appointment of Changanir. General Changanir, I now officially inform you that you have been dismissed. Then, Jerome Bonaparte continued, General Changanir, I will appoint you as the French ambassador to Russia. There is no distinction between positions. I hope you can serve France in St. Petersburg. Jerome Bonaparte, stop talking nonsense. Changanir shouted at Jerome Bonaparte, then shook his body and said, you just want to kick me away and satisfy your despicable usurpation. My wish. Yes. I lost. I admit that I'm despicable without you. I would be demagogic without you. But, General, you are drunk. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Changanir in disgusted, and then said to the officer behind him, take the general down. Two people came out of the officer group, and they carried Changanir back one by one. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // for the convenience of reading next time. You can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 251 Dismissal, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.